Hello everyone, welcome to the So For More episode of the Sockycast featuring me, Dudeakoff, and also the titular Socky. Yo. Today we're yapping about our field trip to the Super Bowl of niche anime fighting game competition, the Quoto Finals. And to help us with this, we brought along an all-star team of 5-star 6-6 sellers that would be fighting for this top spot in any Grand Blue draft board. So first of all, we have the scariest, happiest man in your bracket, the former Soul Calibur GOAT, Skill, on the panel today. How are you doing, Skill?
Hello. I'm doing fine, you?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. I've still got this cold I'm dealing with, but we're slowly getting over it. So if you hear any coughs, that's me again.
He's called the Dudeakoff.
The Dudeakoff, of course. Next, we have Fitty, who was 20 minutes late, so I'm not going to do his intro. There he is with a big X on his screen, so you can understand if he's here or not. I'll delete the X when he is here. And finally, the last member of the panel, we have one of the many in a long, long line of Smash player graduates that have come over to kill everyone in traditional fighters with a better understanding and superior play when it comes to movement. The guy who prepared really well for the expected Beatrix nerfs, only to see Beatrix not get nerfed at all. Still ended up playing CAG in the finals anyway. Also, do you know like the last Dutch monarch before the current one was called Beatrix? That's kind of wild. We've got Space. Space is on the panel too. How's it going, Space?
It's going well.
Good. So to start off with, I believe Socky's drafted up a like kind of plan of action when it comes to what we're doing in this one. I've done the introductions, so I've done my job. So I think we're mainly going to start off with like just talking about our arrival into America, if there were any delays, first time in the United States, etc. Go for it, Socky.
I figured just going for like, as the quote-unquote weekend went on, starting with how we got there and so on and so forth. Be pretty good. That being said, man, you're actually kind of good at intros. I don't know what to say, honestly. Kind of blew my intro from last time out of the water. So
that was kind of crazy, bro.
The smallest amount of preparation.
I think he should honestly retire and become a commentator at this point.
It's the most the most word I'm gonna get in throughout this entire thing, so I may as well take the opportunity.
Oh. That's fair. But yeah, obviously thanks for everybody for coming. Having everybody on for the Aquilto. I know obviously we've been there, right? We've seen everything behind the scenes. But I bet a lot of other people would love to see some of that as well. That's why we're doing this, right? Now on the stream you're seeing the matches, but there's like a lot of stuff you're not seeing. So we figured we're gonna talk mainly about those things, right? Like the things that people can't just see on the stream. We will definitely talk about the games too, but that being said, I guess we can just start with like the arrival on flights, because there was already like some turbulences, so to speak. I think we should probably start with Skill here, because he's probably had the roughest ride.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Like, I mean, I had like my fair share of like trouble in like in a lot of events in general for fighting games and stuff. But like this one was also very scary, because you are invited in the world final and you are happy to manage to qualify, and then at the last moment, like when we were like already in line to get on my flight from Marseille, like so basically I had one flight from Marseille to one in Paris to go to the US then, and my first flight was cancelled during our lining queue. We were already lining to board on the plane, where like they announced last moment that there was a problem on the flight. So basically the flight got completely cancelled, not even delayed or anything. It was completely cancelled. So we had to get a later flight. The problem with the later flight is that like I couldn't get my flight from Paris to the US in time. It was like I think early afternoon, and it was like too late with the second flight to get there. But luckily, not like last time at Evo. At Evo it was way more like, I was way less lucky than this time, because this time at least, like the company that I was, getting in, was able to find another flight, a completely different with a completely different company at a later time, but still at least the same day. So like at the end, I wasn't like I was quite lucky actually. It could have been way worse, like arriving like a day later or something would have made miss of the media day and stuff. So it would have been a bit more painful. But like yeah. I'd say that like it was not exactly the best start for going there, but the rest of the flight was fine though. Like no other trouble.
Yeah, I think like it's obviously there's like some buffer that they planned, which that I felt was really good. I know like from what Fitizen told me, like the year before they like flew in later, which that means you didn't have like as much time to recover from the jet lag, and if incidents like this happen, that you can make up for it. That being said, I mean, you would have still like if you flown the next day, you would have very likely missed media day, right? And that would have been a shame considering. I mean, we're gonna get to it at some point, but I definitely think if you ask me, the intro video of yours was probably the best one out of all of them. So wouldn't have want to miss that,
I like the clown in these videos.
It's good.
They're good. It's a good. Being said, yeah, for me, like, man, I don't know if like I fucked up or not, but like when they booked like my flight, it was like super early, and I knew that like the way it was set up, I'm likely not getting any sleep the night before, because it's like 7 a.m. flight, which means you're gonna be there like at least 2 hours before, right? Like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's like the airport is like a couple hours away, and they don't have any like if I take the train at like 2 a.m. or something, I get there, but like then how do I sleep? The night before, right? Like I'm not the kind that like goes like naps for like 2 hours. I can't really do that. So like
you should tell them when it's like this.
I should have. That's the thing. I was
because
like,
they gave me the same flight. They gave me the flame. Like they gave me a 6:40 flight, and there was no way I was getting there without like either waking up at like maybe 3 a.m. or some shit, and you don't sleep like this.
But it was like a long trip,
Part of the
right?
conspiracy.
Like from like Germany to London, and then from London to LA. So I figured, it's like gonna be like an 11-hour flight anyway. I'll try to sleep on there. I don't think I'll sleep that night because my sleep schedule is all over the place, and and
you were
like,
pretty helpful though, right? I remember you talking about it before, and I was like, nah, you're probably not gonna get the sleep that you're expecting to get on that flight, bro.
No, like I know, like that is not gonna be easy, but at the same time, I'd rather be that way than arrive like super late on Wednesday, right? I want to, get extra, like the more time I have with you is the better, because you're gonna get more out of the trip. But it's the flight there was fucking awful. It was so bad. I couldn't sleep at all, and it was like the most painful experience ever. But lessons well learned. I have to say, on the flight back, I slept really well on the plane. Turns out, when it's night out and everybody else on the plane is sleeping, it's a lot easier to sleep. But yeah.
That's in that direction.
Like
it's easy to sleep as well.
That Wednesday, like my face just like hurt throughout the whole like day. Like just the wind, like you walk through the city, or like you're in the airplane, right? That like wind hits your face, it just like hurts.
What the fuck?
So, it's just like, man, you're so tired, man.
Because you were so tired, yeah.
Because I didn't sleep today. But
how was your flight space?
We made it.
What'd you say?
How was your flight?
Oh, my flight was actually pretty good. I managed to sleep like pretty well on the flight. Like nothing about my flight was bad. It was just like getting to the airport was a bit stressful. Like I got to the train station, and it's like, oh, the trains aren't going today. And I was like, what the fuck? Why was this not on the app? But there was a replacement bus, and I was like planning to be there 3 hours early. So I had enough of a buffer to get there. But when I actually arrived in America, like I already checked this before, and I should have internet, like data in America. And when I got there, I had data, and I realized like half an hour later, it just was gone. And I was like, I'm in America without data? What am I going to do?
All your data disappeared?
Yeah, it just disappeared. Like it ran out. Apparently,
you
there
ran
was,
out of
like, a
data.
timer
It's not
on it.
like
Yeah,
it's not like you couldn't get a connection or something. It was just like you'd like used it all up because it's like super expensive or something.
yeah. Apparently, it was like only a little bit of data. I thought it was more. I thought it was like this the regular one.
Yeah,
So
first time I went, the data was a big issue. I had to like connect to like every single Wi-Fi point, which wasn't very
exactly,
good.
exactly. So I like took a bus to get it like a bit into the city, but I wasn't like at the Airbnb yet. So I just walked around until I found the Starbucks, and then I connected to the Wi-Fi,
Classic.
and from there I found the bus to get to the hotel. So it was like around to the getting the trip itself, like the flight, it was fine, but around it was a little bit stressful.
Oh, that could have been like a little scary, honestly. We got kind of lucky because like so many of us arrived at similar times. We were like literally in the queue. Like I was in the queue with Cake, and then like just started seeing Fitizen and his wife.
Oh,
And then,
nice.
like half an hour later, we're still in the queue, and like we see Dudeakoff pull up.
Yeah, we have
So
the
we just,
Socky like 50 times as we pass each other in this long ass
It was
queue.
really funny. But that also meant we could just like take a cab together, save some money and stress
Yeah, exactly.
of not knowing where to go.
Like I checked the Uber prices. That was the first thing I did when they started data, and said 100 to get to the hotel. And I was like, I'm not paying 100, bro. There's no way. So that's why I was still using my data to figure out how I was gonna get there. But yeah, I figured it out. I didn't
That
end
was
up
like
walking
60
for 3
something. Like,
hours.
Yeah.
that was for a big one.
I know.
So we got a good time.
Yeah, we thought it was pretty cheap. Did you see there was like a Strive player who like at least tweeted
Yes.
that they were like walking to the hotel?
Sanakon did.
Come on, man! You don't do that.
It was actually crazy.
He's going through like a really dodgy neighborhood as well.
Walking in America, like there's just no sidewalk. I was like, it's crazy. Like the streets are huge, but there's like no room for a sidewalk sometimes. I was a bit surprised.
Dude, I hate it. When I was in Chicago, like the place I was staying at to start with, like I was staying at a place one night, and there was like a petrol station like round the corner from me, but it was like impossible to reach unless you had a car.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is like in the Netherlands, you can always walk to somewhere basically, or you can always take a bike somewhere. But in America, they had a way different vibe out that I wasn't used to.
Yeah.
By the way, Fitizen just entered the chat. Should I do my intro for Fitizen? Is he here, or is he just chilling behind?
No, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. We got our first ever returning champion of the Sockycast. That gives him access to a free mixer with any double. It's the guy some might say is the LeBron James of tweaking, and maybe anti-airing as well. We've got Fitizen. How is Fitizen doing after being delayed in getting to the Sockycast? His like estimation on when he would get it was like spot on though. He said 20 minutes.
Yeah. No, I said 20 minutes late. It's 20 minutes late. Yeah, public transport, Germany, public transport. At least, though, we're talking about the US, public transport at least exists here.
Hey.
I guess yeah?
How do you estimate 20-minute delay with German public transport and somehow
I was wondering the same.
Well, I mean, it's buses, right? And one of the buses didn't arrive, and the next one is 20 minutes later, so...
Yeah, that's fair. Like, buses, honestly, like, you can't complain too much. That
You can kind of count on them, yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of buses and public transport, because I heard Space was just talking about, like, how to get to places and how the US was so different. I'll say real quick that my wife was checking how to get around, for sightseeing. And at one point, all of the buses in the area were like 2 hours late.
What the fuck?
Like in the US,
so
like yeah, it's pretty funny.
The Netherlands,
good.
Like I'm gonna glaze the Netherlands for a bit, but like our buses are pretty good. Like so when I go to Germany, it's always late. Like everything's always late. So I'm used to that. And in America, it's like it kind of felt a bit like Germany with the buses and stuff.
Yeah, it's not great. I will say that like for me, it's also weird because the area I grew up in Germany was always great. The public transport was really good, and now I live somewhere else where it's more like the people would suggest it is, and it was hard to adjust to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're ragging on America, we can move on to the hotel itself, which was a bit of a controversial subject for some people. Some people really like the hotel. Some people saw it for what it was. How would you feel about the hotel, Socky?
I mean, I honestly can't complain. You know, like I posted the images on Twitter too. Like we arrived there, and first thing first, I got like 2 beds, giant hotel. You got everything you want. Considering the last experience we had was like, okay, Outplayed wasn't too bad, but Akanika we were like at the worst place ever conceived. We didn't even get towels, right? Or like no soup in the bathroom. It was so bad. But this time they're like, you've had everything and you've been to the room. It was very nice for sure. I can definitely not complain. And the location is not bad too, right? It was like, they said like 5 minutes from the venue, and it was definitely like in this 5 to 10 minute range, so that was nice. Being said, how was like your hotel location? I don't know, did you guys get 2 rooms as well?
You're talking to me?
Mine,
Skyll, yeah.
Mine was also really big with like 2, big beds and stuff. So really nice room overall. Bathroom also really big, really nice. No problem. My only complaint would be maybe like during nights you could hear like all the noises and stuff in the streets you could hear, and I kept getting wake up in the night by like sirens. Like it was like alarms and stuff like that. All those things I could hear from the streets or some shit. I don't know what was happening during the night. Maybe police, maybe like a different type of sounds.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Like I don't know what was happening those nights, but I can definitely tell that like I could hear everything. But apart from that, like the room was really nice, and I think as you said, like the hotel, the placement and stuff, like not bad for sure.
Yeah, I remember. I think we talked about it even where it's like the walls, whether it's like the hotel itself or this is just like American buildings, but like at times if I was thinking my windows were open, right? Because like how much you could hear the streets outside.
I also checked. I also double checked on the windows if it was like maybe open or some shit, but it was not. It was just completely closed. So I was like, wait, I can hear that well on the street. It's a bit weird, but apart from that,
What floor were you guys on?
I was at 7th floor, I think.
Yeah, same.
Okay, it's interesting because I didn't have the same experience, and I think I was on the 3rd floor. Maybe
I think
I was way lower. Lower floors. Just expect it to not matter on the higher ones.
No, I think the big difference is if you're like further down. If you're further down, then the buildings will do like the other buildings. Yeah, we'll do like the insulation for you. But we're so high up, like I can like see directly onto the highways and shit, right? And that like the audio has like no way to get broken up there if you're that high up.
What direction were you facing, Faye? Is it the entrance?
I'm not sure, actually.
But do you see the highway out the window?
I was on the 3rd floor.
I don't remember. I didn't really look outside. I'm gonna be honest.
When you were
I didn't have much of a view.
Gamer.
I just remember I didn't have much of a view. So wait, I can actually.
You're on the side of the elevator or not?
I don't remember.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
well, elevator outside, right. I don't remember, man. I don't know. But like, I just remembered like being very. So, you said it was controversial because I think I said that it's kind of. I was kind of joking that it's mid or whatever. I mean, obviously it's free. The hotel rooms were fine. Last year, I was comparing it to last year, which was way more of a culture shock. The place I was in. Overall was a nice hotel, but it was also more outside of. It wasn't like central LA, right? And we actually had like a private like shuttle bus that took us to the venue, which while way more clunky, also made you feel more Hollywood because you were like being.
It feels very cool. Yes.
Yeah. Like wait, I can we want to talk about this year, but I can still share pictures real quick in a second of just my view from last year. To give like some context why I said that, it was way more of a culture shock because it was like this huge area compared to last year, or compared to this year rather.
Yeah. I think one of the big differences is like people who haven't been to the US before. Like the actual hotel rooms themselves are generally like a lot larger than ones you would find in Europe. So like just having that space in the first place, I think people appreciate it a lot more. And that's just how like, you know, like places are in the US, like they tend to be a lot bigger houses.
Wider.
Exactly.
Yeah, everything is further apart.
It definitely depends on where you live, right? Like I've definitely like gone to countries where like things are a lot
Yeah, it might be smaller. Like New York as well.
In Germany, it can depend, right? Like the people tend to be bigger too.
Yeah, so that was the view from my hotel room, and that was like the shuttle bus, and like so everything felt bigger, and the venue I was in was bigger too, and like way higher production quality because it was like a studio where they were actually shooting things, you know, like ads and stuff, and and there were like film sets and stuff as well inside of the venue. So the scale felt like a bit bigger actually last year, but I think this year was way nicer overall. I will say
like our
that.
shuttle bus.
Also, last year Leffen was there, man.
That make you feel
That's like-
Hollywood?
That's crazy.
That's like, I don't know, man. Like, you know, if Leffen is there, it's a big deal, dude.
I thought that
Yeah,
way
there's a
about
bunch of
Sage
nobody's
Jam.
this time.
I thought that way about Sage Jam. When like we were in the qualified player room and I saw Sage Jam walk in, I knew it was like Hollywood, bro.
I agree when
Yeah,
I saw
it was
Sage
really
Jam, I was
funny.
like, damn, it's really
Yeah.
like this. Sage Jam is here.
Socky was so starstruck by Sage.
It's like what the hell? No, it's like the voice you hear in the videos all the time. You know?
Exactly. Like with Leffen, I'm like, oh, I see him come all the time, bro. It's not that special. But when I saw Sage Jam, I was like, what the fuck? That's
thing
Sage
is-
Jam over there.
I saw Leffen at Brussels too, and like the thing is, he just doesn't talk much, right? So you don't hear the voice, like when he like goes to the venues. But like, you know, that being said, yeah, what floor were you on, Space?
I was on the
Remember?
4th floor. Yeah, unlike you guys, I only had one bed. So to me, the hotel room didn't feel that big, but I still liked it. Like the TV was good. Like usually with European hotels, you just get like a TV and you just have to watch random stuff on it. Like,
It's ass, man. They had
it's
like
ass.
they have like 5 like BBC fucking
Exactly.
channels.
But here, there's actually stuff. The TV is actually useful. So I was like, okay,
you can watch
this
Law and
hotel room
Order.
this hotel is pretty okay. I liked it.
Yeah, we had Netflix on our TV and like Crunchyroll and shit.
Exactly.
I watched so much sumo, it's great.
So for when I couldn't sleep at like 4 a.m. and I was like, I guess I'll watch something because I'm not going out of my hotel room.
Yeah, I kept waking up at 4 a.m. every single morning. I was
Yeah,
like,
same.
Do you guys
Same.
think that was like the audio or the nerves, or is it like the jet lag that's doing it the most?
For me, it was definitely the jet lag, except on I think it was Friday, where it was definitely a bit of the nerves where I woke up, where I couldn't continue sleeping anymore.
My opinion was it was mostly jet lag, but also
Definitely
sound of police.
the sound of the police.
I don't know how like you guys like felt about the jet lag, because for me it was like hard to like put in words, because like I couldn't describe feeling different, but there's obviously something, you know what I mean? Like the way I played, the way, you know, the time felt, right? Was like a little off, but like I couldn't, like, if you told me to like put in words, I probably couldn't really say something. And like, it's not that I have to experience much. Like, this is the first time going to the US. I'm assuming for a lot of you that I know for Space that's the same. Dudeakoff not. Fitty obviously went last year. I'm not sure about Skill.
I've been a few times.
yeah, I feel mostly fine. Honestly, I mean, I think it is the jet lag why I wake up at 4, but at the same time, my sleep isn't ass, you know. So you know, you wake up at 4, but then you fall back asleep for a few hours and you're fine. So, but I agree. Obviously, it feels a little bit off. I don't know how much of that is the environment. Like, if you're walking around a place that's obviously like very different from where you usually play these games. It's not like a European landscape. It's gonna feel a little bit different, and I think that like can take you out of it a bit. But I think it's mostly jet lag. On Sunday, my sleep was the worst, and that was nerves. Like every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sandalphon gameplay in my head. Every single time. And it's like waking up, and so you wake up and then you can't fall back asleep because your mind is like going 180.
It's filled. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's just filled with like too many stuff at the same time.
Yeah, you're thinking about too many things.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same thing on the Sunday. But also like overall, I feel like I've been like quite a decent amount of times in the US, and it's probably so it's not great obviously because you still have like jet lags and stuff. But honestly, it's definitely not the worst compared to like Japan and stuff. And from my experience, it's mostly like some jet lag, but as Fitizen said, like I usually manage to get back to sleep and like have a decent sleep overall. The obviously like it's still like not the best, right? For the event itself and stuff because you are still not at 100%, but it's not that bad. It's honestly like usually fine. And the rest was mostly nerves. Usually it's stress because of the important matches, stuff like that. At least for me. But as I said, like it could be way worse since like when you go to like Japan, at least for my experience, usually like the sleep is way harder to get. Like I have like trouble of sleeping when I arrive like maybe close to the start of an event in Japan. Like usually I really want more days than in the US, just because for me it's harder to get enough sleep to actually not drop performance-wise for the event. So yeah, but it was like overall not the worst. Definitely not the worst. It was an okay experience. So it's, as mostly in the US, usually it's fine. And the room were big, so you know.
You could walk
We
around
take
a bit.
those compared to Europe. We take
Do
those.
some stretches.
We take those.
I really felt like I got enough sleep, and so can't complain there. But I also like being in the like last group that definitely gave me a lot of time as well. So
Yeah,
and
the
like with
advantage.
how long like the whole weekend was, right? Like arriving there on like Wednesday, and then they're playing is not until like Saturday, so there's a lot of time. That being said, let's talk a little bit about the venue, I guess, and the location.
You can talk about the venue, talk about the surrounding location. It was a college campus. The hotel itself was the USC hotel, so the University Hotel, if you've ever heard of such a thing before. Usually used for like, people coming for like college sports or whatever, they'll probably like stay there for that. But, it's an American campus, so it's a bit odd compared to like European campuses, but there are some similarities. I'm sure Socky will talk about. And then there's also the venue itself, which is... I can't remember the name of the actual place, but it does hold like
the Shrine Hotel.
Yeah,
Shrine Auditorium.
Yeah, I've heard of it before, so like there's probably some wrestling that took place there at some point. But yeah, what do people think about all that? I'm gonna open up Socky's image in the meantime.
Wait, you meant there was something outside the green room, the player room? There was actually something outside those stairs?
Yeah, us plebs were slumming it in this other location while you lot were eating like kings in the green room. Playing against the Japanese gods of Gandhi.
No, but more seriously, like, the environment was like, I think it was nice. As you said, like, it's in the US, and the US, everything is big, everything looks gigantic. So it's a bit special, but yeah, I quite like the venue, to be honest. The venue itself was really big, really like you had a lot of space to move around and stuff, which is
Your
nice.
space mentioned?
Space mentioned.
Your space mentioned. I knew you were gonna say this, to be honest, but yeah. So yeah, like the big venue, there are a lot of venues that like either too hot, too cold, and this one was fine overall. Even though like at some point it was a bit on the cold side, I think. But overall, like it was a very good venue in my opinion, and it was like big enough so everyone could move around like without being too crowded and stuff. It was a really good venue, I think.
I admit I kind of expect it to be bigger. Like, I don't know, like, as somebody who's never been to like events like these, I remember especially on the first day, when we arrived, like for the media day, when like the other stuff wasn't set up, like wasn't like really happening yet, and we walked to the qualified player room, right, where like the gamers would be chilling. I remember like we walked like past one room, and there was just like a huge like audience, like like an auditorium, with, like like a lot of seats, like you would expect like from a concert or some shit, right?
Yeah, we didn't have the main hall. We had like the side hall. Yeah.
And I walked through that, and I was like, damn, this is kind of nice. But like, that was obviously not what we played in, right? We played in like the other hall, which, I mean, definitely not a bad stage for sure. But from somebody who's watched, a lot of. I guess,
it was in these days
events,
like Combo Breaker, Evo, etc.
I mean, even like the VSF like Strive, like where like they play top 8 looked more impressive. I mean, it was a nice area, don't get me wrong. I liked that there was a lot of space. There were like a lot of setups. And, they had like stores and shit. Not a lot of like Cygame stuff, but it was kind of nice. We can talk about the like viewing experience later. And having like a room where you can play with people, that was really nice.
That'd be really nice.
Yeah. I'll say I preferred this if we had been in a larger hall. I think this is not Street Fighter or even Tekken.
Yeah, it's like
and I mean, first of all, that would suck because no one would be in like watching. We wouldn't like fill out the spectators. But second of all, I like the vibes. The vibes were similar to the events that we were playing in all year, and I prefer that over something that's like overproduced, I guess. So for me, I preferred this vibe to what we maybe could have had.
I know that it's obviously like a smaller game, right? So like obviously you're not like getting the fucking Evo station, but
yeah, but like for the venue, so the player room, obviously it's nice to have a player room with stations where you can play. I think it sucked ass though. I think that's like one of my biggest criticisms. First of all, the stations didn't have standoff on, which is really funny. And then second of all of the seating was ass. Which maybe doesn't matter as much if you play pad, but if you need to put the stick on your lap, like because we had like those deep sofas that you could sit on, or like the bar stools and stuff. Nothing was just right. It was like the fucking Three Little Piggies, It's like too high, too low. Like I could never be comfortable anywhere.
It definitely didn't feel like the place where they expect
you to have. Just give me some chairs. Just give me some. Like just bring it down some. I should have done that. I didn't think of it. I should have gotten myself some foldable chairs. Yeah, but I didn't get them. That kind of annoyed me.
Wait, I need to add something. There is funny about this. It's like what you are saying. I can definitely see the problem since I'm also a fight stick player, right? But because I'm used to lay down on my bed playing with fight sticks on my lap, I don't care anymore.
Oh my god! Dude, I like years ago, you just unlocked like memories in my brain because like when I started playing fight stick, I would do that with pads, but I used to like when I started playing fight stick when I switched, I like tried that a few times and I couldn't make it work. I was like, no, I can't do this. I tried like a few times and then I just stopped completely.
I swear sometimes when I do that, like it works fine most of the time, but there are some okies when I just wake up and then I'm for sure like thinking I'm holding back down and I'm just walking back and wake up because I have the stick on my lap lying down in the bed, and then like I'm like every time it happens I'm like looking at my stick, I'm like maybe I should actually sit.
Yeah, I think so. Imagine doing like microdash super jump while lying down.
I remember sitting on my bed playing like Street Fighter 4 on my arcade stick, and I had like friends there as well who were just like sat there drinking Jack Daniels, and one of them like clearly couldn't handle it and just like immediately puked up outside my window. And like because I was on like the roof like room, so it was like a slanted window on the roof. Like the sick was just like outside my window for ages, and it wouldn't really wash down or anything. So that was fun. That was a thing that you remind me of with the sitting on the bed thing. But yeah, regardless of all that, you can, I don't know, media day stuff, move on to that kind of stuff, I guess. Socky, if you want to introduce that, since I have no idea what happened or what took place other than the after effects of the videos that we saw.
We can briefly talk about it, right? Like, not too much happened, I guess. I mean, we can talk about the videos a bit. But yeah, for Media Day, I guess. I mean, I guess Space can
Skill
start.
gaps.
Yo, skill gap.
For Media Day, well, it was like they said we were gonna start at like 1 p.m. for us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how it started was kind of weird because we started like way later, I feel, right?
Yep.
But after we got started, like it was pretty straightforward. Like they did the makeup on us. Like I've never had anyone do my makeup, so that was kind of weird. Like even for like other big events where I've been invited to, that they haven't had like a makeup artist for that. So that felt very esports. That was cool. So after that, for the pictures, I already knew which pose I was gonna do, but they didn't explain to us like how it was gonna work or how the video was gonna look like very well. So it was a bit hard for me to know like if I should do like different poses. So I just held the glasses pose for myself.
Yeah. In contrast to last year, it was much worse in terms of the media day. First of all, last year, like I said, the venue last year was like a place where they would shoot ads, and so they had like completely different equipment, and I saw like the biggest green screen I've ever seen in my life. It was absolutely massive, and but regardless, I think the biggest issue was like the people doing it. We didn't get any instructions. Honestly, the guy seemed pretty disinterested. Like he just wanted to get it over with, right?
He was watching like Valorant or something.
Yeah, he was watching Valorant. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the makeup thing was cool. But I would have really liked it if we had been able, because last year that was possible. Last year we were able to see the shot, the pictures, not the video, but the pictures, and be like, yeah, that's good. You know, let's do it like that. And if we didn't like it, we could, you know, change something or do it again. And we had like way more say. There was way more instructions. The person, like last year, the person really made me feel like they're trying to make it look as good as possible. You know, by like adjusting me and the camera and stuff. And they kind of phoned it in this year. It was just like go, and then it's done. Okay, next.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
it felt a bit rushed.
Yeah,
but Skill's the professional who can go on a moment's notice without any instruction whatsoever. Just make the perfect video. First take.
It was perfect. It was
no rehearsal.
I just had so many clown stuff in mind that I couldn't really even fit all of them.
He knows what
But
he's
like,
doing.
Tell them about the slow motion.
Oh, the laugh? You mean the laugh?
Yeah.
The Sorry's laugh. Like I did like a slow motion version of the Sorry's laugh because I know that like it usually renders better when on screen. You know, because it really looks like a bit in game with you know, the animation of Sorry's. It looks like he's doing it very slowly, right? So I did a slow motion of a laugh to actually.
I thought they added that to be slower, but he actually did it.
No, I did it slowly.
It was slow motion, yeah. You did such a good job with it.
No, but I did like a couple of others that they didn't show, and I said that like they could choose the best, like the ones that they thought would fit the best, right? So that's also why I think there was like some good ones in it. But as you said, yeah, it was very rushed. Like I did a couple of other events like this one. I mean, I obviously was also on the Strive one like 2 years ago. And yeah, like I remember that like they were more passionate about it, like in terms of like taking the clips, like the. I remember even the guy said that you can scream and stuff, right? And like for Strive at the time, right? So you could feel in the character, right, or in your pose, stuff like that, right? So yeah, this time they were more more scared. Like that they wouldn't have enough time to actually like do all the players and stuff. Maybe that's because they were late already or something, and they had like a lot less time. And I think, like you said, like the person like in charge of it was probably like not that interested. But yeah, that's a bit of a shame because I think this is quite important for mirrors and stuff. And it's it's just to have fun with like the viewers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think they quite liked it.
Just from a casual viewer perspective, it's just sort of like you don't know these people, and it gives like a method to actually be invested in them as like a personality or something like that, as opposed to just like being like, oh, they're playing X character, so I will support them. Although Skyll has that going for him as well, so he's got like double support because of that.
Ironically, it's like one of the reasons why I like doing this like podcast thing, because like you can watch players all you want, but you're not gonna like hear them talk or like hear how they think about things or like just see personalities, right? And like I noticed from my watching experience, like watching competition, that that you get like more attached to the players or like know more about the players.
Never
And it makes the experience so much more so much more valuable than when you like actually get to see people's personalities and stuff. And this podcast stuff definitely helps that, and player intros and shit like this too. And I mean that's why for me that mattered too. Like I wanted to do like funnies and did like a couple things too. Like I don't know if it's like it was
a bit
easy
inside
to see
baseball sometimes, but everyone who's knew. I enjoyed like Space's glasses pose as well. That was good.
That is a classic, yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic. I'm not doing that. I need to find something. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like sometimes the mysticism can get a little bit lost. I mean, Daigo is not the same ever since he started streaming. Daigo used to just show up, play and leave, man. Maybe fall asleep in between. Now it's like, oh, he's just like me.
Yeah, I don't need Gamera to tweet more than one sentence every month or something.
Imagine that. Imagine if Gamera had a podcast, okay? And he's like constantly yapping about everything. He wants this change, he wants that change, like fuck this character. It wouldn't be the same, man. Look, that guy has aura.
But like that is
that's the aura from Gamera.
Yeah.
There's a language barrier there too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh no, because like I mean, there's like rookies as well.
Yeah, no, rookie. I mean,
and I'm pretty sure Gamera's aura actually exists on like for the Japanese players as well, because they speak about him like in a similar manner as well. Although they obviously like know him and like relate to him a bit more, so it is different on that front. But the aura thing is definitely still present.
Yeah,
because he plays into it as well, obviously.
Like, I was playing Skyll on one of the days, and I didn't even notice, but like at one point I looked behind me. And I just saw like Gamera laying behind us, watching us play. I just felt the aura, bro.
Dude, when I was doing that like money match against Zenith, and like Gamera was just in his ear whispering to him during it, it's like, oh shit.
Like, it's over,
bro. Well, sitting there and having like Toro and Gamera watch you play definitely feels interesting. It's like for me who played base game and like watched these guys for so long. It definitely felt like you wanna impress them somewhat, and I think one of the main things of the whole trip that I feel like I accomplished was I think I left a lasting impression.
Yeah.
With my playstyle, and so that felt like pretty impactful to me, even though we didn't win. Like none of us is 100% happy with our performance, right? So.
Well, nobody came first, so.
Yeah. But yeah, it was cool.
Anyway, on to the real shit. Namely the bracket show where you got to choose what number you would come in the order, then the actual group itself. I was like probably more positive on it than more people prior to the actual event itself, but like seeing it actually in action and like the results of it as well, I definitely changed sides on that kind of thing as well. Although when I was watching the show, we were like in the middle of like doing a bunch of casuals against a lot of the American players, so we were only like half watching it and seeing the result when we were like finishing our rounds and stuff, so wasn't fully invested at the time. But yeah, who wants to speak on that first? Who's got any strong takes on that, I guess?
I'll start just because I don't have much to say. I thought it was pretty ass. I thought the vibe was off. Like him going around asking everyone, I thought it was like, it felt pretty awkward and not very like, I don't know. I just don't feel like, you were like kind of rushed to immediately give an answer. If they're gonna build it up like that, I feel like they should double down and make it more dramatic. But it felt like something that could have been done on Discord, a week before. So
it felt
not
like
a big
something
fan.
they didn't know how to do, and then like this is my first time doing it, and like it's like if I'm running the fucking production like for the first Sockycast, you know what I mean? I was not particularly well, and like with the timing too. Like I remember when like they were asking the players and they were like coming through, and like it was suddenly moving so much faster than I thought. It's like, wait a minute, bro, I don't even have an answer yet. Can you give me some time? And like by the time they were by me, like asking me, that's why like it took a bit longer for me to answer. And then like Zero did like this thing where he was like counting down the numbers. Like we turned into a bit, but that was a reason why he did that in the first place, because I was not ready to give an answer yet. I need to think about, and like it mattered so much too, right? I only think I got like very lucky in the number draw, like getting into like the number 6 or something, which helped me get into like a group that worked out, like definitely more favorite to end up in. So yeah.
For me, so obviously I had like one of the better, I would say, pick order in average. The main problem was that like I think like in that format, usually only the people that have the, I don't know, what's probably 8 to 10, probably maybe 11, as I said. I think I got 11 if I remember correctly, something like that. But I think those numbers only matter really. Like the others, in my opinion at least, are just dependent on like if you are getting targeted as a player, or if you are lucky in terms of like what group stays open when you play. And I think like, so even if the that way is like a bit flawed, I think it's a good try from them to do this instead of like what they did last time I was there. It was like fully random, right? And I remember that like
worse,
I don't know if it's worse. I think it's just different. I think like if the event is balanced enough, luck based usually is fine, because everyone is strong, so you need to be strong kinda, right, against everyone. The problem of that is like obviously you have to always keep in mind that you need to practice for every single matchups. Where like if you have a good number and you have a good number already, right, you are secure to have a decent number, you can avoid some matchups by just not going into the pool of the person, right? But overall, I think this way of doing is okay. I definitely think there are a lot of ways to improve it. As I said, like I'm not convinced about like how to decide the pick order with like the region stuff and the number of people present in the tournament you qualified into, stuff like that. Not sure if it's the best way of doing it. I don't think so, personally. But overall, like my only really issue is like the groups, like the pools and stuff, are filled too fast very often. So it's very hard to actually not have a pool that like gets filled very quickly, just because people just don't want to go into empty pools. So
But the big thing, like throughout the weekend and even before, like when I kept asking you, because I did like a bunch of like research, right, like check what people were like thinking, and there was like a very clear goal for a lot of these people, which was like, I want to dodge Gamera. Like that was the number one priority for like most players, except for like maybe Koji, who was like, I would like to like rematch with Toro or something like that. Most people were just like, I don't want to fight Gamera, preferably not Toro. And then after that, it's like, I don't want to fight Zane. I don't want to fight Elsa. And then the rest is like very open, right, with who they fight. So you could definitely see that with like the way people pick the groups too, where they were like throughout the second half of the group, so everybody was just like trying to dodge Gamera, right? So nobody wanted to go into the empty group because obviously Gamera is gonna just go there, which she ended up doing, right? Go into the group A, and everybody just like, yeah, as long as I don't have to fight Gamera, I'll go into a group. So I got so lucky, like picking a number that was so like low, right? Because I remember going into it, my first plan was like, I know Gamera picks something before I do, and that way I can just like pick like the number before him. Oh no, the number after him, right? But like as the numbers went down, right? Like they kept going like.
Yeah, you had a limit
later.
for how late you want to go to dodge Gamera.
I think you did like Skyll, you did like 11 or something, and then somebody else was like 7, and then somebody was like 8, and 9 was taken, and 11 was taken, 10 was taken, 11, 12, and like Gamera picked like 12 or something. And I was like, bro, I'm not picking 13. That's way too late. So I ended up like picking like the next best thing on the other side, right? The 6, because 7 was already taken, and that one ended up being really good. And like that's from the big get-go, I was thinking, as much as you're thinking I want to pick after somebody, I thought picking an earlier number is still going to be better, because the groups, you know, what everybody thinks is right, that, oh, if I pick a later number, I can dodge somebody. But the truth is, what I was like, that was like the second thing that could happen, that ended up happening, was people are just gonna fill up groups early on, because nobody want to fight Gamera. And like I knew that was like a very likely scenario, so getting an early number helped there to just dodge it. Because like I went into a group and then Riazo went into the group, and then Rookies went into the group.
And you're like, oh, shit, easy.
That makes sense.
You
can honest, that makes sense, because the only thing that was a bit weird is that I think there were like Koji Koko that could have picked your group, but like they wanted the rematch with Fitizen, so they chose Fitizen instead. But that was the only a bit more like weird. Because in my opinion,
Zane was the biggest outlier.
I think Zane had the weirdest pick.
Yes.
No, Zane has definitely the weirdest pick, but that Zane is crazy.
Well, he regretted himself, didn't he? So
it was the thing that was it Socky or Dudeakoff just said that like you'd rather pick the evil that you know than the evil you don't, and I think he fell victim to that. Like, why the fuck would you go into the Toro group when you can just go into an empty group, man? Like, that shit was insane.
So, just listen. My POV, when it was my turn, so just before my turn, I see the Socky group, right? With Riazo. So, I wanted, like, normal type characters, right? I wanted Siegfried, so Fitizen, I wouldn't mind to fight. Socky, I wouldn't mind to fight. Riazo, I wanted the Seahawks because they die in one hit, right? So, makes sense. I didn't mind Tororo too much, but I also didn't want to have space on Zane, lol. So yeah, and then there was like the Gamera that was alone in the group, so there is no way I go there. So it was really funny because my POV at that point is like, okay, please let me get a group with like maybe Socky or whoever is gonna be with Socky, right? And I see Riazo, Rookies, and Aaron just before me. I'm like, okay, that's fucked. The group D is gonna get
they all piled into the Socky group.
I was sitting there, and they're all just like, Group D.
Yeah, they were like, Group D. I was like, yeah, cool. The only thing that was weird, as I said, for me, and my point of view, was Koji Koko. Koji Koko, they gave me a hope. When it was their turn, and they said Fitizen, I was like, maybe I can join like the Seahawks group with Socky. And no, at the last moment, Aaron's like, no. So it was kind of funny. So yeah, I had the choice there. So Group D was filled. Then there was like Group C with Fitizen and Koji, right? Then there was like Group B with Space, Tororo, and Zane. I was like, well, it's A or C, right? The problem of both these group, one, Group A has Gamera, and C has Koji Koko Fitizen. And the problem of Group A is like Monarch is definitely going into Group A if I go there, because Group is always almost empty, and I play Sorries, right? So I probably have Elsa and Monarch going for me. So it was like, I don't really have a choice. I need to go for a group that's almost filled. So Monarch don't pick that group. You know, because Elsa is gonna be there first. So I pick like the Fitizen Kojikoko group. And then like I was like, yeah, let's pray that like Elsa actually goes for the group. And
No,
Elsa
what happened? Monarch actually picked before Elsa.
Yeah, but I
like
think there was no way they picked this group.
No, but that's the thing. I had a conversation with Monarch right after the decision, right? And he was actually saying, like, it was a bit of a gamble, right? And he definitely regretted not going into Group C.
Against Koji Koko, Fitizen is excellent.
Well, he's literally he's beat Koji before, right? Like, obviously he lost too, but that was like on a better Belial, right? So he's definitely beaten him before, and then obviously against you, there's like an advantage.
Yeah.
And the sets he had with Fitty weren't like, I mean, he can take games off Fitty.
No, we played on Nier. We never played on Belial.
You also had to consider the remaining players who still had to pick as well.
Oh, right.
It was a bit of a gamble for him, he said, like whether he goes into the one group or the other, and like which ends up being better, and he felt like he regretted it a little bit.
I thought it worked out really well for him.
Like,
that's what he said to me, right?
Yeah, obviously, but like for me, from my point of view, it's like
you felt
a group filled with 3 people that are like Koji Koko, Fitizen, me, like both 2 of them, so Fitizen and Koji Koko, like pretty strong versus like Metera. I was feeling quite safe that he didn't pick the group. And then also the reason why I don't have really much of a choice is like if I go into Group A, like I have Gamera guaranteed, already picked, and then I'm in the group Gamera, me, and then what's gonna happen? They are gonna target me, and what else gonna happen is Monarch and Elsa probably goes into me.
Yeah, you have 2 of them instead of 1 of them.
There is no way they don't go into me. So
into Gamera is also so scary, right? With his Beatrix.
Yeah. And
but he ended up making it work, right? Like beating Zerum and Beepaw.
I think that was like with the remaining players, those were like 2 good matchups for him, in my opinion. I don't think he had like a strong take on the Charlotte matchup, so that made it being a bit of an unknown. But I feel like Metera's very strong against Charlotte at the moment.
Well, the scary thing was that for LCQ, the favorites at that point were Zenith and Hava, and that's 2 really bad matchups for Monarch. Right.
We didn't know the LCQ at that point.
That was the very scary.
LCQ was super scary too. Yeah. LCQ was so scary. Going Group A is basically guaranteed of LCQ.
Yeah. I wasn't.
Sure. Like I wished you actually managed to win the whole LCQ. I had some hopes. As well. Also, Cake also did great at this.
I can talk about that in a bit. I watched some of his matches.
Like, he did so great. He did so well. But at some point, I was like sleeping, like almost asleep in the room. I look at the screen 1 second. I see a buzz. I was like, wait, there is a buzz in SAQ apart from Cake. I see top 8. I was like, wait, that's Cake? He's cooking everyone.
He was cooking, yeah.
He's cooking everyone.
Yo, you should have seen his sets with like Josamitsu and stuff. He was like, bro, just hitting the 2Hs.
He was pressing 2H.
He was hitting the 2Hs. Hitting the anthems, hitting the dives. That's Cake.
Before we move on, I want to get Space's takes on the group things. Obviously, he had a bit of a less say compared to some of the other people, but given how it played out, how do you feel about that kind of thing?
I mean, I basically had no choice, right? My choice was just like, what time of day do I want to play at? And I feel like 1 p.m. is like kind of optimal. Right? So I feel like that's the optimal bracket time. So I just picked that. But I want to bring something else up about the groups. Did any of you watch the Strive group pick?
No, I had it on in the background and I was paying very small amount of attention to it.
So for us, what confused me is they didn't put the LCQ spot in, right?
Yeah, that confused me as well,
actually. But for Strive, they did put the LCQ spots in.
That was a mistake, though. They changed it at the end there.
Did they change it?
I think they did, yeah.
Oh, I thought they kept it in. Because people picked it with the LCQ spots.
Yeah, because there was you could pick this 16th number that was on the board for some reason.
That was so dumb. I hate that shit.
Yeah, so it confused me a bit. I feel like they could have explained it better, but either way, like the group, I feel like my group was I didn't like it because like I'd lost to Zane before, and obviously Toro is Toro, so I was like, I felt like this was like probably out of the groups that are there, the hardest group I could have gotten. But well, I think like when I saw Zippy, I didn't feel bad about that. So I was like, I had mixed feelings about my group for sure. But I ended up beating Zane and losing the rest. So I was like, it didn't go how I expected it to go, but it also didn't go well enough. So it was very mixed. But when I saw the group, I was like,
yeah, in my opinion, at least your group was the hardest.
yeah. When I saw the group, I was like, this is very hard.
Yeah, that group was the hardest. And honestly, when I saw the choices that I had, like your group was definitely no. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was a very hard group in my opinion. But yeah, as I said, like even though you didn't qualify, which I was very sad, you did block Zane, which I was very happy.
Yeah.
Man,
Actually,
Getting-
like after watching you, I'm skipping ahead a bit, sorry, but like after watching your performance, I was really nervous going into groups, right? Because the main reason I was nervous is because I was so unhappy with my performance last year.
Yeah.
Where I feel like I didn't play on the level that I usually play on, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And so watching you play was unironically inspiring. I was like cheering. I was in the player room preparing, but I was watching your matches while I was playing as Gamera. And when you beat Zane, I popped off so hard, like in the player room. And I remember thinking, like, obviously I was sad that you didn't get out, but I was thinking, like, man, like, I was thinking that if I lose, if I don't make it out, I want to make it out like I want to fail like you did,
Yeah.
Because I was like, you played so well, and I
Yeah,
wanna show that because every single match you played against Sora, Zane, and Zippy, like every single match you played was a close match,
Yeah, exactly.
and so like you showed that you belonged and you just played very well, and so I was thinking like, man, like as long as I don't get washed, like
Yeah,
it's gonna be
I
okay.
get that. Like, I know we're already skipping ahead, but I know I didn't win my
We're
group,
kind of
right?
moving to the next section anyway, so like we're just going to talk about the actual groups themselves. So you can just go ahead.
Okay, so even though I didn't win, like especially with my Toro and Zane set, I was really happy with how I played. Like obviously there's a few stuff I regret doing because I didn't win, of course. But like in general, like with how I played, I was like really happy about it. In some tournaments, I don't have that feeling, right? So
Yeah.
being at the final tournament and at least having the feeling of I did feel like I played well. That was good.
Yeah, from my perspective, you were like the best person, well, the best performance that didn't qualify out of the group stages. Like on another day, like someone else might have performed better who didn't qualify, but for that day, you were definitely, in my opinion, the best performer that didn't qualify.
Between him and Koji, right? Probably.
Yeah.
Are you saying if the format was better, he would have made it out?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. It's like
You want to talk about it?
I mean, I could do my analysis on it, but no one cares about that anyway. So you guys can talk about the first to two format and stuff. How the the matchups were created, how like the general format and the actual games themselves. I guess may as well include that in there.
Can I start?
Go for it.
Fuck first to two. And
I've been right this entire time.
Yeah, this game is not a first to two game, man.
Yeah, this is not a first to two game, definitely. This is not Grand Blue, Vanilla. Like games are much faster. Like I think like this format, even though the format has merit. Like so, first to two makes the game more balanced. Yes, obviously, just because the matchups that are very hard are now less hard because you can't randomly win in first to two. But this is not a good way of balancing the game. This is not replacing the dev work
First one,
balance
bro.
the game. Yeah, like why not the first one then, right? So yeah, in my opinion, even though first to two has some merits, like obviously, overall this is not a first to two game. People should have more time to adapt. People should have more time to adjust to the characters that are facing and stuff. And this is extremely hard since like the less game that you have, the less interaction you have, and the less time you have to adjust. So yeah, obviously I was not happy when they announced like it was first to two for the groups. But yeah, we have to do with it. And I know that Soris is definitely not the worst at all doing first to two because he has a very high damage. So I was like, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna try to play more on one-sided, I guess, game plan, where like I just roll my offense onto the opponent, and if they don't, if they are not ready to react to like quarter forward medium, to maybe they choke, they press a tech grab instead of like a stand light,
or randomly super.
To you, stuff like that. They just die, and they I just get one game for free out of the two that I need to win.
Yeah.
Right?
It's really funny to me because some people are like, you will talk with some people and they will not understand what makes the difference. Even though it's like, it's such a big difference.
It's such a big
but statistically, it wouldn't have made a difference because the same person that wins first to two also wins first to three. Like, the thing is, I really think this kind of argument can only be for people who don't have eyes, because you see the difference in how people play. If it's first to three, you can start game one playing a different way. And so it like translates to every game after that as well, because you don't have to play the same way. But just to reinforce your point that you made, like leading up to the group stages, to the finals, we were going even in our matches when we played casuals, right? But I still thought you were the favorites going into our match because with what you just said. Like, we're on the stage as first to two, lots of pressure, and you're the one pressing the special, and I'm the one who has to react.
Yeah, exactly.
And so like
under pressure.
Even if usually like maybe I can make it even. I don't think like in that scenario, you're definitely favored. And so I think it was like the right game plan. I would have done the same thing if I was in your position. Like just be like aggressive and prove like to your opponent like you're the one asking the questions. They have to answer the questions, right?
Yo, is that how Seahawks wins?
Yeah, I mean, like that kind of thing is better in this high stakes, high pressure environment. 100%, for sure.
No, the Seahawks is better in that environment, even though like they are low HP. Like they are asking so many questions in a few rounds, and that like you have to answer to most of them. If not, you are either losing so many turns, or you are losing HP. So yeah,
he has a bunch of like reactive stuff that you need to react to correctly, and like the first time you run into it in a set, like you're going to be naturally slower on reacting to it. Like first time I'm cancelling into 214H, like a lot of the times I will get away with it because of that, and that's an obvious advantage in a shorter set.
If the stakes are so high, right, on this stage, and again, first to two, you don't get to like, get to make a mistake in that scenario, right? Like literally, I go on stage, the set starts, I blink, the set is over. You go off stage, like that's how quick it goes, and it's maybe not ideal.
Yeah, we also had like the Strive, example, to show all the difference that makes, because Strive is obviously also a first to three game, right? Even more than Grand Blue, obviously. But like still, both are first to free game in my opinion. But in the group, like for example in Verix group, so Verix was 2-0, down 2-0 against the Gold Lewis and managed to pull back 3-2. What is the name of the Gold Lewis? What was the name again? Let me see.
Is it the Red I Am Not?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Red I Am Not probably. Yeah. It was the Gold Lewis from his pool. Yeah. So yeah, he was 2-0 and managed to bring back the 3-2. And the same happened with Jonathan Tenney. And also happened to Jonathan Tenney against Verix.
Yeah.
So there were 3 reversed 3-2, like after like going 2-0, reverse 3-0, in the same group. Like it would be so different in first to 2. So probably Red I Am Not is qualified for sure. For example.
But yeah, everyone hits first to 2. Yeah, we can relitigate it some other time. I mean, Socky, you can finish off it.
Yeah, sorry. Even with like the way the format was, where it's like it's not just the game. It's not just the sets you win, but the games you win mattering as well,
exactly.
right? That's like in first to 2 man. Like how do you?
But playing the third game for me against Elsa was really hard because I knew how much it mattered to go 2-0 versus 2-1. And I think that's stupid. That just shouldn't. It's not fighting games for that to. People play differently. So I'm someone who famously, like happens to me all the time. People point it out all the time. Very often I go down in a set. Like I lose the first game pretty often, compared to like how many I end up winning, 2-1 or whatever, or 3-1 or 3-2 or whatever. And so it's really frustrating that my playstyle of like starting slow and trying, like I'm playing game 1, I try to play more for information, and try to like play slow and like drag it out, and it's frustrating that playstyle is like being punished in this environment, which I think it shouldn't make a difference. Either you win or you don't, and understand like using it as a tiebreaker if you have to, but this format creates a need for tiebreakers, right?
Yeah, you only strive.
There's always a tiebreaker.
Yeah, tiebreakers are more common.
And that's why I think the number one thing they should change is I think head-to-head should matter more than the points. So head-to-head first, and then if you have a 3-way tie, you can look at the game score. But I think head-to-head should be first. And it was really like, it was hard for me to bounce back when I was 1-1 against Elsa, because I knew, like I was confident that I could win the set. I thought I was like the favorite from the position, but like mentally, I was like, it felt like I was playing for like way less now,
Yeah.
And that sucks ass. Like that's such a shitty feeling.
I do remember you coming off the stage and like being like in kind of a despondent mood. I hadn't like worked it out myself yet because I hadn't done all the maths or whatever. But
I was salty as fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was sat down and I was like, I'm 2-1, and if Skyll doesn't win, I'm out. It's like, how am I out if Skyll doesn't win? Like, why does this game matter? Like, what happens to me? Like this much. I mean, this much. And so it was, but Skyll washed Koji, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the highlights of the weekend was actually like you popping off with Skyll winning, along with like the French crowd, obviously, and that was really fun to see.
Way harder for Skyll than for myself.
I mean, obviously, like I do have to say it though, like your group, like both, like going to the finals, the people that were definitely like the eyes on the most, Gamera Toro, obviously, but for on NA side, I think the things people mentioned the most, right? The things that people like assumed would do the best were Zane, right?
Yeah.
Zane, who didn't make it out specifically because of space, like who space beat. Then Koji, who didn't make it out because of EU, and Elsa too. Like I've seen like a lot of like people complaining. I mean, obviously Vesusia a very strong character, but just people like having trouble like beating Elsa and like just being mad about the character, and I get it too, right? And then EU coming in here with like
yourself.
I don't want to say no.
Aaron as well.
I don't want to say no like Vesusia practice here in Europe, but we definitely don't have it on that level. Try. Same with Grimly, right? Like we go into this, they definitely the favorite in that regard, and showing up and doing so well. Like the group, 2 European players, and they both make it out. I think that was huge.
Yeah, that's probably the highlight for Europe of the weekend.
Yeah,
was that Group C turnout.
Yeah, I think if you asked a panel of people like who the strongest, I think most people would have voted Koji to be the 3rd strongest player after Toro and Gamera at the finals.
Yeah, I've had it. I've had it a couple times. Like Koji
and so like
Zane.
Him losing to both me and Skyll in like not even like a knowledge. It's not a knowledge check thing. Maybe with Source a little bit, but I mean he played against Siegfried a trillion times, and so it felt good to beat him. Like, especially the Beatrix match. I was so confident against Beatrix going in. Like, I was like, dude, I might be the person with the most Beatrix experience in the world. That's how I felt, So, I felt very good going into that match, and it played out that way. Like, the match played out exactly the way I wanted it to, and then he switched.
Yeah. I mean, Space, did you like talk about your group in terms of like your actual matches themselves?
Oh no, not yet. No. Yeah, against so I guess this is the first I should talk about, but I pretty much mostly play CAG. Yeah, so I've talked to S1 a lot because he's obviously the personal guy, you know.
Yep.
And he watches Toro's videos a lot, and he recommended at first to me that I should probably play CAG against him because he's like really good against Beatrix. And
Makes
I definitely
sense.
considered like playing Beatrix as well because I do think Beatrix does the mashup a bit better than CAG does. But I felt like CAG is like really scary because like she forces you to make decisions with like traps, throw combos, right?
Yeah.
So her offense is like she's kind of like at first two she's a bit scarier. That was a bit of what I thought. Like she's a bit scarier if you have to make decisions really quickly. So that's why against Toro I decided to go CAG. And I almost won the set. It was like I think it was last round. Yeah, I think it was last round. So it was like I definitely agree with my decision. There were like a few moments where I felt like I got too greedy, and I feel like that's what he punished me on. So it was like I got too greedy or I wasn't aggressive on offense. So that's what. But the Japanese players are like really disciplined. That's like the main thing where you really gotta take advantage of. But it's hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, when I was watching myself, it did feel like there was this like very subtle things that were going against you, as opposed to like big mistakes or like
yeah, exactly,
doing the incorrect thing, that kind of thing. So like it was a really high level set in that regard, even if it was first to do.
Oh, I don't want to rub it in, but I gotta ask. So it turns out that did you feel the delay that was on stage? Space?
Not really, no.
Because Gamera. So after Gamera came back after his group and sat down, and I went to play casuals with him to prepare, he put the delay on +1 in the button config. I was like, huh? And he said that the main stage has 1 frame of delay.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yes, and I was like, oh, that's bad.
Didn't they switch out during the first group as well or something? Or was that during top 8?
No, so before my group.
Oh, okay,
so yeah, so basically I was like, whoa, that's bad. But I prepared on +1 frame for Elsa, playing as Versusia. And then I talked to the TO, and like we pressured him to like, hey, what can we do about this? And Koji as well, because when he heard of it. And after your group, I didn't tell you like after your group because I didn't want to rub it in or whatever. But I asked Toro about it, and he confirmed it. He was like, yeah. I was like, was making like the gesture, like a little bit. And I was wondering because I was watching all your games, I don't remember everything that happened. But when I still remembered what happened in your games, I was like, oh, I wonder if like that drop.
Yeah, I did have like
the 1 frame.
One drop when I was on Beatrix.
Yeah, and shit sucks. Like they switched out the console before Group C. Because we pressured them, and then like me and Koji like tested it, and we're like, okay, this is good. It was fine then. So I never actually like felt the delay myself, but apparently there was like a little bit of extra delay before.
Yeah, it could have affected me on Beatrix. On CAG, doesn't really make a big difference, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
but on Beatrix,
Zane dropped a lot in his group in general, and I was wondering if maybe Zane actually got like fucked by it.
Yeah, on Grimnir that must be really rough.
It reminds me of Pulid, like Ed Kana, he dropped also so many things. And now my Grimnir, it's so easy to like just.
And Kayana, everyone dropped everything.
Yeah, that
was like pretty big effort.
Yeah,
Usagi going +3 delay. Anyway,
that was insane. Yeah, and there was the Space game as well, which was really good with the unexpected CAG pick. I don't think Zane expected it as well.
Oh yeah, Zane, yes, exactly. Like I practiced the day before. I saw Zenith, right, because he was there for the LCQ.
Yeah,
and I played against him, and it ended up being 5-4 for me until he had to go play his pool. And I had someone send me videos of Zane playing as CAG, So I kind of knew that he didn't know the mashup. Like, I'll be completely honest. I knew that he did not know the mashup.
We were both like watching you play Zenith, and like Zane was telling me, I was like, yeah, he went into that group thinking you're gonna fake Beatrix, and he's not ready for it.
Exactly. Like, so there were a lot of things like not punishing traps if I do EX traps, right? So there's a lot of things where I was like, okay, I can take advantage of this. So I felt pretty confident at the start of the day going into the Zane set. And with Zippy, it was a bit I felt confident going into it, but I think he made I'll be like he went crazy, right? Like he went lots of DPs and played very aggressive against me, and I think that was like the good call on his end. And I didn't like. It's hard in first 2 to really like adapt to that really fast.
Yeah,
well,
it's the first 2 value.
I thought it was a really good call.
I think he played the system very smartly. Like I just agree. I pretty much agree with how he played.
Yeah, especially on a new character and not being like super confident on that character against the rest of the people in that top 16.
Yeah, so it ended up being like the game differences in our groups where I didn't make it out, but it's like it happens in a format like this.
But yeah, like Group B, very fun group to watch, some high level sets. So very unfortunate Space didn't manage to make it out of there. Talked about Group C previously. Socky, do you want to talk about Group D, or should we just move on immediately?
Yeah.
Or we can just talk about Aaron if you want.
I mean, we've talked about it during the weekend, so I have a lot to say about Group D and the way my games went. It was like the way everything, like, there's like a multitude of things. Like the big thing was, obviously I play with Dudeakoff a lot, so I have like this Seahawks matchup. But like the thing is, Dudeakoff plays differently. Obviously,
he plays bad.
Not bad, but the day before, the day when we picked the groups, I played with rookies, right? At first to 5, and going into the finals, I told myself what I want to do. It's like, just trust in your offense, trust in my 6XL game. Just do that. Don't be like afraid to not 6XL. Right? Because like there's like this thing, and you see this from a lot of people, even really strong people. Right? I see this from like watching Aaron play, for example. It's like a lot of hesitation at round start, a lot of like waiting, a lot of like backing off. And you can kind of play this if you're like the better player. A lot of the times, if you have a very strong character, if it's first to 3, if you've got time. But what makes me lose a lot of the time against very good players too is that hesitation. Right? It's that waiting, that playing more defensive. Like there's definitely like a way to play defensive in this game, but it has to be like you have to be playing very active. You can't be like too passive. It's just like it bites back. And so what's happening? So I'm playing with rookies first to 5, right? And I'm trying to play my active game, but like he is hands down, in my opinion, the one I thought that played like the 6XL game of Rising the best.
He's really good.
And not everybody that I played there, right? But obviously that's like the strength of the character too, right? Like such a quick dash. He can like threaten with stuff outside 6XL range a lot of the times.
The reactable range for his range is a lot extended. Yeah.
It just goes so far, right? So what happened a lot of the time in that first to 5 I played with him was that I would constantly react to dashes. Like he stay at a range where he can react to like my threats and punish me for it. So he would make my 6XL whiff and then punish it every time, or he would stand so far out that he could like react to my dash every time, or he would, if I tried to go for something deeper, a lot of the times his 6XL hit me before mine, right? And that really threw me off because I know that the answer to that isn't necessarily to not engage with the system, but to slow it down a little bit and play to my character's strengths. So I felt like long term, what I probably want to do is like engage less until I have 50 meter. And that's sort of the game plan I wanted to do. There was like, okay, if I beat rookies in that matchup, I have to do it like that. The problem is you can't formulate like a new game plan and then execute with 0 practice. And I can't just like make that up out of thin air. So I honestly should have given up on that and tried something else, which I didn't, which was my mistake. And the problem is against Riazo, who doesn't play like rookies, right? I did the same. Like I went into that set with the rookies game plan, which again also doesn't like again he doesn't play like rookies, so that doesn't necessarily work. And again, I wasn't ready to play that game plan, and that bit me in the back really
It
badly.
was also your first set on the stage as well.
Yeah, and like another thing too, it's like what didn't help me is I wanted to practice a bit. Like I asked like Riazo, Aaron, and rookies if they would be up for games the next day, right? Like after the group stage thingy, because I kind of went back and forth whether like want to play them or not. Decided I want to, and they all like agreed to. And then the day comes, and like rookies was just too tired throughout the whole day, so he didn't end up playing with me. And Riazo played like 1 first of 3 with me. And then this is the funniest thing. Like we played 1 first of 3, went like 3-1 his favor, and then he was like, I think we should stop playing because if we keep playing, you're gonna figure me out and I can't win anymore. It's like I get it, man. It's like a lot of money on the line. Like,
someone else would have like an excuse or something. He's just like, nah, straight up.
He's honest and everything, but man, that definitely
That's such a funny contrast to me and Elsa. Like we were on the stage next to each other and we were like talking about this exact thing, like people dodging each other and not playing.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, I said I'm not like that. I'm Fudo pilled. There's like this Fudo Capcom Cup story where he like taught someone the DJ matchup for like 2 hours or something. And was asked like, why are you doing this? Like this is like a huge tournament with like a bunch of money on the line. Like why are you teaching me the fucking matchup now? And he was like, it's like this really wholesome message of just, everyone, if you get better, I get better, that kind of thing, and I agree with that generally. Like I'm not a saint. Like if I body someone, I'm not gonna like keep playing them before the bracket if we're like in the same path. But yeah, I mean I kind of agree with that. And so it was funny because like Elsa was agreeing with me. It's like, yeah, like that's good. And then we're in the same group. We'll walk off stage, and I'm like, hey, want to play?
You're testing it.
And she was like, yeah, let's play. And we played for like an hour.
Yeah, I also played Elsa the day before, the evening before the group stage, right?
That's crazy.
I also
It
played
helped a lot.
Elsa.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, it was better for me, Versusia. Like it's a weirder matchup than Siegfried, so like it definitely helped me, and like it made me like able to like, also get a feel for the way Elsa plays. So, got hit by a few things, by a few gimmicks that I was able to then like lab, going into the next day. But credit. I mean. That was I'm not sure that made the difference because even like in our casuals, I was winning at first. It's not like, I was getting washed and I figured it out or something. But still, it was pretty funny.
Zippy actually asked me to play after we voted on the groups, and I said no because
as
one just says in the chat, this is not the Smash mindset. Exactly. If someone's in your pool the next day, you do not play them.
We gotta do player rankings, man.
There are mind games there.
Totally. Player rankings.
Like there's like things to it, right? Like there's the the mind games, but also some people might be like sandbagging and casuals, but also
But the thing is,
I've had this conversation with Fiddy a couple times where he was like saying like if you think you're the better player, the games will favor you.
Yeah, you get to be the moral,
that's my
good
belief.
person when you're the better player. But
exactly, but like if you're the better, maybe you don't feel like this in Grand Blue, but if I'm the better player, right? Like I feel confident I'm the better player, like, and I've never played that person before, then I would not give them the info on how I play.
I just feel like if I'm the better player, every bit of info that I get, I can use more than my opponent,
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
It depends if you feel. It depends if you feel like your opponent is gonna play like exactly the same, or if they're like actually info gathering. But I feel like the players at this event aren't like that.
They weren't sandbagging.
No, I don't think they were sandbagging.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I
think in
didn't
this
go
event-
into the Elsa match like jumping, and then I go into the match and I'm like, never jump, right?
Exactly.
The thing
Like,
that got to me was like, I can't go into these finals, complain that we're playing first to 2 instead of first to 3, and then deny casuals, right? Like, that's literally the issue. Is literally that first to 2 is too short to like get warm, get a feel for your opponent, what have you, right? And then if you deny your opponent casuals, it's.
I think
goes
it's a different
against
issue,
that,
to be honest. I think those are different.
I mean, I think there is enough overlying things there.
Where do you stand on this skill?
So I like to play with every people if I can, especially since those events are very rare and I want to fight international competition. So yeah, so I'll play. I also asked for Koji Coco to play games with me. They didn't have time, but what I don't like is like, so I'm playing a rarely played character, like definitely like not very much played, at least in tournaments.
Yeah.
And I don't like winning by knowledge checking people. I don't like that because I think it's not gonna last for long, right?
Sustainable, yeah.
So, yeah, that's why I asked him for to Elsa, even though they were in my group. I asked him for Koji Coco, even though they were in my group, stuff like that. So I usually, try to get as many games as I can. Also, I do think that the people with the most experience, the better analytic spirit, will take the most advantage of like playing with other people. I don't think necessarily the better player will improve. I think like it's the most experience that improved the most. Like when you play people. But honestly, as I said, if you are like strong enough to win that kind of event, usually like playing casual with someone should not make you worse in the tournament. There is obviously, as I said, the exception of like, your character is maybe super rare and no one plays it, so like you can knowledge check people, but I really hate that. I don't like knowledge checking people. So yeah, I just try having like a consistent enough play style so I don't rely on gimmicks and stuff. And I think it's better long term, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree on that. I agree on that as well.
Yeah, but it's 50k on the line, bro, and you wanna you run this gimmick, you'll get it.
I mean, I know it's kind of crazy to think of an event like this as playing to improve, because like this is kind of why you improve, right? This is This is supposed to be the payoff. Like, why are you still trying to improve? But I do feel like it's so rare to get to these kinds of events.
Practice. Yeah.
It's still practice. Like, if I'm gonna play this game for 2 more years, playing this, what's more valuable? Trying to min-max my performance in the tournament by like how I play casuals, or just brain off. I'm just gonna try to improve as much as I can while I'm here, and I feel like the brain off method is mostly better, But I will agree with Skill. I guess I shouldn't say the better player. I do mean like the more analytical player. I'm just kind of biased. I'm like very biased towards that approach. So I think, well, no, but like, it's true that I'm kind of discounting people that play more on vibes, because there are very, very strong players that don't think, oh, is this DP good risk reward? And they just like, they have it in their bones, man. They just know. And you can't discount that, and like, I do think that those players might be getting a little bit less out of it than someone who's like plays a first to 3 and then can go home and write fucking Monarch manifesto, right, about the player. So yeah, I agree. It's probably more like the more analytical player.
What you're gonna say, Space,
just
as well?
better.
Like, if you're playing to improve, right, you don't have to play the people in your pool to improve. Like, I've realized that everyone was looking for players that were in their pool to play. Like, they didn't want to play anyone else. Like,
No, I played with everyone.
I know you did, but I just mean, like, Zippy asking me specifically after my pool to play against me. That for example.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't ask me before; he just asked me afterwards, right? Like, that kind of stuff that's what I would avoid. I would play anyone else, of course. That's not in my pool. even if I might play them later in the tournament because it's so far away. You still want to get the practice.
But
me,
don't-
I think there's a balance. I think there's a balance to be found.
For me, I really wanted to play against somebody who's like very good at 6XLing, and I felt like Oro was like playing around your 6XL, right? Like shutting down, like playing at a range where I can't just 6XL every time and shutting down these approaches. And I felt like Toro and Rookies were really good at it. So I asked both of them like 3 times on Friday, but like they were so they were like so
too
dead.
tired.
Like Toro, at some point I went into the player room and Toro was just like sleeping on the couch. Like he was like so he had like barely got any sleep that night.
First trip.
And didn't get to play him more than like one set, which is a little unfortunate because I really would have loved to play more, but be like that sometimes.
But yeah, it's an interesting topic. I think like people's own personal biases come into it a lot, and what people want to believe also like taints their perception a bit. But like you can see like both perspectives on it very easily. But moving on slightly, still the same sort of thing, but like in terms of playing on like the big stage with the lights and the crowd, and also playing like somewhat cold as well, because when they call those groups, they like call them like half an hour before you actually end up playing, and you have to do the whole intro and everything, and all the button checks and all that kind of thing, and you get like no time on the actual machine that you will be playing on itself. So how did people feel about like, I don't know, the environmental factors of playing those group stage games? And I guess top 8 as well.
Yeah, before we move...
Okay, go for it.
Sorry. Before we move on, I completely forgot to talk about my set of Aaron.
Oh right, yeah.
Which,
sorry, yeah, we were going deep
no
into the
worries.
topic, didn't we?
I completely forgot. But the thing of Aaron is like we played like a longer set before, and that was like super even. He won like a couple more than me at the end. But like I knew what he was struggling with the most, which was like he couldn't deal with the fuzzy jumps at all, and he was playing a bit too passive. So I would like win a lot of like round starts and 6XL scenarios, where like at that point he was like often forced to either like gamble on a DP or just like play.
That was wild, man.
Defensive a little bit. So like knowing this going into our set, obviously I was like worried because like I lost like 2 sets in a row, kind of sad. But I really didn't like the last thing I would have wanted was like going out there losing all 3 games. I know I wouldn't have been the only one. There were like some others too. But I really didn't want to be that one.
Yeah,
for
like
all the EU players.
Yeah, I've talked to you about this before, but like from the perspective of someone watching, like those first 2 sets, obviously as the player that you play with, like at least like top 3 most played with player. I play Seahawks, and you had like 2 Seahawkses, and then you end up losing pretty badly to both Seahawkses. Like on a personal level, that's kind of stings a bit, but also like on a personal level with you, like that was really sad as well, given I know how well you can play and like your standard of play and that kind of thing. And also from the perspective of like people watching who don't know you, like you as a like player are probably like a lot more unknown compared to almost everyone else in this top 16. And there's also like the background of you qualifying on what is like widely considered the most broken character in the game. So I could see it like formulating in my head like people's perceptions of you of like a player that's completely carried by Nier and didn't deserve to be there because of how you performed in those 2 games. So I was really happy when the Aaron set came around and like you played like up to your standard, played really well. And you also did things like I would like not expect from you, which was just like jump in every single time because you knew it would work. Like usually, like if you're playing like in Europe or something like that, like and you see they're like not anti-airing very well, you might do that like occasionally or just like when the moment's right instead of like every single fucking time.
But that's the thing. I played with Aaron and like I did it and then I did it again and he wouldn't anti. And I was like, maybe I should stop doing it. And then I would do it again and he would anti again. I was like, oh no. So you just gotta play. It's first to 2. I'm not gonna wait until my moment comes and then it never comes and you lose the set, right? So
yeah. I'm sorry to say, like there's something about Belial's, man. Like it's like Pep as well. Pep's biggest I would say Aaron's biggest weakness when playing him, I felt as well, were anti-airs. Compared to like the rest of his stuff, like his frame trap game, I thought was very good. I thought his defense was very good, and like they were like anti-air woes, and then like you think back, you're like, wait, I've seen this before. Like this is just like
he
when I
played
play
my
against Pepe.
Pepe practice was honestly was
And
so
Fogel
nice,
as well,
but-
like Fogel. I mean, I know Fogel isn't on the level of like Aaron, but Fogel as well. Like his main focus right now is anti-airing because he feels like his anti-airs aren't good. And so it's kind of funny, you know. Something about
It is.
Belial just makes it worse at anti-airs, I guess.
Something I've allowed. It's funny.
Um,
But yeah, so I felt pretty good with the way the set went, and obviously there's like a little bit of history, like the funnies, and you know, with Aaron like posting, you know, there was like this big thing on Twitter, you know, because he like trashed his controller and posted it, and people made a big deal out of it. Like in person, it wasn't that big of a deal, right? Like we laughed it off. It was like funny.
I think he
but
didn't take it
obviously-
like too badly. People joking about it as well.
yeah, and I mean, he wasn't even like talking to him. He was chill all weekend. So it's really funny to see the difference between Twitter. Like you just look at Twitter and you imagine what it would be like seeing this from your home,
exactly.
and then actually being there, and the vibes are completely different, right?
Yeah, like at the event, everybody's like having fun. Everybody's like big friends. We took pictures together. And
The biggest,
But like, everybody's like loving the EU players. They're like, bro, these people are, you know. I'm kind of glazing at the moment, but you know. But like on Twitter, you look at it, we would think people are like killing each other. So funny.
Oh, I do have to say one thing because I thought it was funny. You know, I don't know how much anyone watching here follows the NBA, but there's like this really well-known trope about Michael Jordan that he was always like looking for reasons to get mad, like kind of like
I
psychopath
watched the
behavior.
documentary as well. Yeah, but I knew about
it's
that
like,
before as well, anyway. So, but yeah.
yeah. You're an OG. But yeah, like the whole, you know, I took it personally, and you know, like someone didn't like give me the water first, so I had to destroy them, you know, like that kind of thing. And I think almost for the first time, I mean, I'm sure I felt it before. I've been playing these games for 10 years, but like almost for the first time in my life, I felt something similar to that. And it was when we were in the player room and we were talking about our groups and about like preparing for characters and Persucia and, you know, like all these characters. And I don't remember who it was. Someone was talking about Siegfried. I don't think it was actually Elsa. I think it was someone else. No. What I mean is, like talking about Siegfried. I think it was Zippy talking about Siegfried and like the character in general, right? And like how you prepare for him, whatever. And Koji said,
I remember this.
And Koji said, "Oh, you don't have to prepare for Siegfried."
Right.
And I took that personally.
What are we talking
Because
about?
you know, like, how can you not? Because like, I'm the main Siegfried. I mean, outside of Artorias, who hasn't been coming, like, I'm the main Like, when he says you don't have to pray for Siegfried, like, what he's saying is you don't have to prepare for me, you know. And so, like, I took that personally, and so
I
going
think
into the set,
Koji.
I kind of locked in.
I think Koji just thinks Siegfried is bad. That's why.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
in his
that's
head,
why I'm
though.
making like the comparison to like Jordan, you know, where it's like
Yeah, it's not rational.
it's not no. It's not like that at all. I don't actually believe this. It's just you know, it's just like my brain. I was like okay, you know. But no, I agree. Like he just doesn't think Siegfried is very good, and I agree with the things he thinks are bad about the character. I just think it's not that bad. I just think that, you know. Like this idea that you can just hold down back and react to the cancels and then his pressure is gone in a game where I could just do 6XL, you know, or just, you know, micro dash for light or something to get a counter. But I mean, whatever. I don't have
He was
to go
reacting
into
pretty well
tangent
to his
now.
cancels,
No,
though.
no, he's really good. He's really
yeah.
good. But like the thing is, like I think there's a layer that he doesn't fully respect where I know what he's doing. And I know that he's just waiting, you know, and I can
How
use
comes up
that.
new things, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But
I think being a bit vindictive about that kind of fits your personality personally. But if you feel like you're a good person, then you never do that. It's fine. No, I'm joking. But anyway, yeah. So I was moving on to like, you know, we talk quickly about like the environment. I guess like if anyone's got any like hot takes on like playing on stage or playing cold or whatever.
I think Skyll wanted to say something before I interrupted him.
I don't remember actually. I have a memory of a goldfish.
Okay, why'd you do this?
Sorry.
I'll talk about the setup real quick. I thought I was a bit annoyed last year at the finals. There was head to head. For an event like this, I think head to head is way better than side by side. I just think that you should be able to have your own fucking monitor. And
Yes.
if you're doing head to head,
my God.
you're able to sit on the sides, and so the setup wasn't great. Like there was light shining in they had these little glow sticks. That's understating it, but there's like really strong light coming from below the monitor, which was blinding you. And I thought that was like very uncomfortable. And you like you're facing the big screen, which is on the delay.
I wanted to say that so much.
Yeah, you're facing the big screen, which is like showing everything delayed. And so even if you're like locked in, you still have it in your peripheral vision. And I think it's slightly distracting. And then as a stick player as well, there's a real issue playing on stick where, people hear your inputs. And they also see your inputs out of the corner of your eye. So you have to like, if you're someone who moves a lot, and like does grand motions, you kind of have to tone it down a bit.
If you're right.
Or like I'm like sliding back a bit and angling myself a bit, so it's harder to like see what I'm doing.
Yeah, I always do that.
And it's just annoying. Like it's just at the final. I mean, in pools at some event, who cares? Whatever. Like it's not that big of a deal. But at the finals, I feel like head to head, you could have a head to head setup.
Yeah, I mean,
I was very surprised that they didn't have a head to head setup when I saw it.
You could have broke out those old school gimmicks. Just have a button that has nothing bound to it that you can press occasionally.
I thought
Hava had the thing, the over sense, the tech. Yeah,
I didn't see that actually.
But what I wanted to say is like at Canuck, I thought that was almost ideal, right? Where it's like you're not facing the audience, you're not facing the big screen. Except for like the color, I guess. But like it's easy to focus on your screen, but here it's like, man, especially in this audience, like the headphones worked. Don't get me wrong. Like the audio, like you don't, like you can tell it's like
the noise cancelling was pretty good.
Yeah, but still, it was so to me.
Plug
maybe the jet lag too, but like it was so hard for me to focus on the screen because the screen is so small and you're set down to like you essentially only get 50% of the screen, right, because of the way you sit, right, and then the big fucking monitor in the back. You can still hear everything else, right, and like with the stakes first or two, everything. I really did not. It felt to me like it was so hard to just like look at the screen. It was like so hard to like. Usually when I like to play, especially in these scenarios, I want to like tunnel vision on like the screen, like as if nothing else is happening. And I couldn't do it here.
It's easy to like. It feels like to me, it feels a bit dissociative, where you're like, you're sitting there and you're playing the game, but it feels like you're not really there. You're like
I mean,
out of it.
There was this one scenario was Riaz awaited like a EX wall dive, and I legit did spot dodge like a fucking second late.
Yeah,
it's like this never happens to me, but it's like I'm so out of it that it's just like everything is just so like comes out delayed. And
and I think head to head would help a little bit with that. It's not completely gone. You're at a big event, you're on a big stage, and that's part of it, and that's part of the you got to lock in some other way, and it's fine, and experience helps. But I definitely felt like during group stages, I didn't feel very affected by that. I think during top 8, and you kind of saw the same thing with most people in top 8. Gamera was a different person in game 1, and I'm not, I don't want to knock Riazo, but like, I mean, you look at it, there was clearly something off with him. And, he took like some time to warm up. And I do think it's the environment, because like, I mean, I play him in casuals just before, and he's not like that, he plays like completely differently. So
I think there's a bit of that. And it was also like the game plan going into it as well, because he did play differently in the 2 sets that he did play as well. But both combined together, like he was a bit off in like just like other things. You confirm that kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to give Riazo his credit. Like I'm just saying, I do think there's like some other factors too, and I just think having your own monitor helps. I mean, everyone who's listening who's played offline before knows it's not the same thing as sitting at home in front of your own monitor. Like you're looking at it from a different angle. Everything looks slightly different. All the animations look slightly different. Just because you're like at an angle. So
In my opinion, it's also like the distance. Between you and the monitor, you are like, because you have two people in front of it, you have to be at a certain distance, right? If not, you just gonna touch the other player, right? Especially with a fight stick, right? So you have to be at a certain range of the monitor, and that range is sometimes different than what you are used to, right? When playing like at home or like with just a single monitor in front of you. This plus the fact, as you said, like the lights that were just behind, like not behind, but like under the screen, right, in front of us, were like distracting for me. But like to be honest, I asked them instantly if I could put it down, right, and they said yes. So like I did it instantly. So I didn't play with the lights in front of me.
The professional.
Like
the Koji set that did that. I don't know why I didn't do it against in my other sets. I don't know why, but like in my very first match, I said that. I was like, hey, can I like put those down? And I did it, and they were like, okay, sure. But then against Zippy, I was just like, it's fine. I was a little overconfident.
Yeah.
No, I was also a little overconfident going in. I mean, I've been in that position before where I thought I was the clear favorite, and it's burned me before. Like, I have a lot of experience with it. So I do, but it's impossible not to feel good if you think you're the clear favorite, right? Like, there's no way to completely ignore that feeling.
Do you think you'll do something different in the future in regards to that feeling?
No, I don't think I can do anything differently. I think I just gotta focus more on what's actually happening on the screen, because the issue is, I think, if you're too confident, you try to keep things simple, and I don't think on this level of play you can keep things simple. So what I mean by that is, so when I'm playing casuals against Zippy and I'm winning hard, then the feeling is, as long as I don't get too cute with it, I'm gonna win. I'm just gonna 6XL when it makes sense. I'm just gonna 2M when it makes sense. I'm just gonna, throw my fireball when it makes sense, and like I'm gonna end up winning because. And I did focus on stuff, of course. Like I said earlier, like when I closed my eyes, I was seeing Sandalphon. So I was thinking about stuff, but I kept it too simple. I was like, I'm not gonna focus too much on what he's doing. I'm just gonna like do my layer 1, And I think the expectation, even if I think I'm the favorite, even if I think I'm the clear favorite, the expectation that I can just layer 1 it at top 8 of the finals and win is dumb. Like that's just not gonna work. So I think actually, when I went down, I realized like, no, I need to do 100%. I need to like go 100%. I need to take risks, and I need to actually look at what he's doing. I kept doing like 2M. I kept whiffing 2M and not respecting his whiff punish game, stuff like that. But by the time I woke up, it was too late. But at least I had like a cute highlight with the walk.
Yeah, I mean, you said that, but it was still like, if this was first to 2, it would have been way too late. But since it was first to 3, it was game 5.
Yeah, did it. Well, I better believe continuously.
Okay, but what if first to 2 actually would have made me like lock in from game 1?
Yeah, no, that's the whole perception.
Man.
Yeah, the changes
first to 3 made me feel too comfortable.
Yeah, you should have played some first to 3 sets beforehand if you're competitive rounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least go back to first to 2 in top 8. Winners only. Winners
first
only.
to 2, I would have.
Finals only.
No. I say first to 1, Uber locked in Fitizen.
Whoever gets the first thing wins.
Yeah.
Run up UDP, boy. It's gonna work.
I mean, they did that. Anyway, we're kind of like veering into top 8 right now. Before we move into top 8, I wanted to talk briefly about the LCQ. I say briefly because most of you did not take part in it. I was the only one here that actually took part in the LCQ. There was before the group stages as well, obviously, because you needed the LCQ in the group stages. The big talking point was like how well Cake did, and there was a little bit of like bracket luck on his side, and namely that Zenith, the big seed in his path, ended up running into Lewin. Classic, everyone's heard of it before. The big seed running into Lewin, losing because of it.
This has to be like curse of EU on Zenith, bro.
But actually, like like once I'd been knocked out, like I immediately just like went over to watch Cake matches. I did not see his matches against the Narmaya players. Some other people did because I believe they were streamed behind the back by like Aaron or someone maybe. But I saw his set.
What people don't know is the default, like a couple days before, when like once the path was locked in, he went and like took like hours of like VODs, reviewed them, and sent everything to Cake. And that definitely. I mean,
do you know the initiator of that? Like initially, like I saw that if I was to lose to Hava, then the most likely person, according to the thing I'd run into, was one of those Narmaya players. And I was talking to Default about it, and he's just like, "Oh, I could like watch some VODs and like send you what I think over." And I was like, "Yeah, it would just be some quick notes, and it'd probably be helpful." So just go ahead and do that. And then like comes back to me with like full page documents with like all sorts of various things and all that kind of thing. It's like, fuck, man, I'm probably not even playing this dude, and he's put all this effort into it. He's done more effort than I would have done ever. It's like, man, maybe I'm not built as differently as he is at this point.
Well, never knock on prep time, bro. That shit's so important.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, obviously I didn't run into any Narmaya players. I did watch his set against, who was it? Begins with a Z.
Brolux? The Belial?
Oh, yeah, the Belial. That set was crazy. Like, I was more like, I was experiencing more emotions watching that set than my own sets. Like, like someone would like drop a combo and then someone would like mess up the follow up, but then like Cake would do like some fuck ass yonky sploinky in the corner into the command grab super and it would work and it'd pop off and like. Yeah, it was a super close set, but like Cake, other than like, you know, there's a couple of like instances where they were at low HP and they were both like making mistakes, you know, you see it all the time. But Cake was like playing like a lot better than I usually see him play, so it was really cool to see him do that. And managed to make top 8 because of it. Unfortunately ran into a bad matchup for Beatrix in that top 8 with like a fairly solid player. But absolutely deserved to be up there given his performance on the day. In terms of the LCQ itself, like you were talking about the distance from the monitors before, like one of the big things for me is like I could never be happy with like the distance I was away from the monitor. Like I kept moving backwards and forwards a bunch because of that. I don't think it like had any impact on like the results of the games or anything like that, but yeah, I definitely felt like those instances. And we're using like the same chairs you were using on main stage as well, which I thought was unusual. You just had those like foldable chairs on main stage, which I figured they'd want like something that looked a bit nicer, like a gamer chair or something, given the presentation, because it looked a little bit cheap because of that, but whatever. I was fine with the foldable chairs personally. And the LCQ itself, yeah, I played fine up until I ran into the first decent player, ran into Beepaw. Played Seox against the Ferry because most of my experience against Ferry was playing Seox, and the Ferry Matera matchup is a bit unusual compared to like the standard Matera game. After the first game, I was getting myself into winning positions, and then just making like dumb mistakes, like getting hit by counter hit close heavy, which when I'm playing well, I don't usually do, but I wasn't there, and I felt pretty uncomfortable in the Seox given I'd only played Matera up until that point. Didn't end up switching. I don't know. I could go into that funny story if you want it again, like Fitty. But like, yeah, Fitty came in. I was going to switch to Matera, and then Fitty came, said, "Nah, switch." Well, he was saying like I should stick with Seox. He didn't know if I was going to switch or not. But I went back to character select and saying like from an outside perspective, it was absolutely like the correct thing, given that I was putting myself in winning positions, and like Beepaw was at 0 BP a ton of times because of the amount of times I was getting in and just like BCing immediately. Because I dealt with the BCs.
You didn't lose because the game plan was wrong. You lost because you got hit by countered close heavy and points where you shouldn't be challenging.
Yeah, so I didn't switch to Matera at that point. The second game was really bad. Like I was just like losing even more because of the uncomfortability and the thing in the back of my head. So I was pretty sad about that. Got knocked into losers, went against Shurabu. Shurabu's like really solid, considering he's like not competing in the game. Like he's like got a really solid like layer 1 Siegfried game plan. He's not doing anything like stupid with the Siegfried. He's just solid fundamentals and that kind of thing. And like we played casuals later, and it was like actually a tough set. And we played casuals after that again. I got the matchup down by then, so that was fine. But in the set itself, he actually started on like Beatrix, I believe, and so I ended up playing Seox because I'm not playing Matera into Beatrix, and then he switched to Siegfried in the second game, and managed to close that one out, and then went against Neanderthal, who's a Vesusia player, and so many of those bullshit Vesusia things happened to me. I played a bunch of Vesusias afterwards as well, and it was like completely fine. Played against Elsa, it was completely fine. Played against Neanderthal again, completely fine. But in that set itself, just everything went wrong, did go wrong. Played Matera against the Vesusia. So yeah, that's why I got knocked out a lot earlier than I was hoping to.
Did that influence you picking Vesusia now?
I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, that's the perspective that he gives, isn't it? But I don't think so. It might have done, like in the back of my head. But
I think she's a Dudeakoff character anyway. Like in general, you know, like strong and down back.
Go back, yeah.
Inherently strong specials. Like you seem to like characters that have like strong tools that are just, you know, inherently strong. Like it doesn't matter on how you use them. They're just, this is good. Eureka is just always good.
I've been saying since forever that I think Dudeakoff's biggest weakness in this game is that I think he plays the 6XL game pretty badly. Or like he's just like unwilling to. I think so. I think like on Seox, he just doesn't 6XL like enough, or like.
Was our 6XL enough yesterday?
I mean,
well, that's different. Like
I mean, we don't need to turn this into a therapy session, but like, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously you underperform tournaments, so like, I think that's that's the biggest issue in the game. It's just, you know,
well, I mean, like,
actually playing the way you do, you can.
If we're just talking about gameplay, like when you know, what's gameplay wise more. So.
Yeah. But like, I mean,
like,
as long as you're
Seox,
peak,
I don't think it's necessarily like the right way, but like, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think if you play it the way you can play, like in tournaments,
it's too variable.
One of the, you'd be like, you know, top 3ing, top 5ing these LCQs, and like maybe winning. You know.
Well, he's like started doing it a lot more over time because I keep telling him to 6XL more.
Yeah, so it's all Socky.
It's all Socky.
But yeah, I think me being bad at the game, or like me underperforming or whatever one plays, going to be a reoccurring.
I mean, you lost to the winner.
Yeah,
you know, like first of all, losing to Beeple. I mean, you could have won. I watched it, obviously, and we you know, we can. I doomed you apparently, but, you know, I still think that Beeple was like having a very good day. We know daily form matters. You know, daily form matters a lot, and
yeah,
so
I did underestimate him a bit based on like this thing as well. Like I was putting more effort into Haver as well.
I agree. I mean, like I think. If I had been in the LCQ, I would have underestimated Beeple a little bit as well, just because of, you know, recency bias. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was watching like Beeple versus Monarch, and watching that set, it might have just been like Beeple underperforming on the day, like he wasn't in the same mindset he was previously or something, like the previous day. But it did not look like he was comfortable in that matchup, and Monarch kind of ran away with it a bit, and so that kind of like compounded the error a bit to me. But that's fine. But yeah, the Vesusia thing just quickly is just like, you know, I have because I haven't got any like big events coming up, which have been the case for the past year. Just wanted to like try out some other characters and see if I can like get away from Seox basically. So I wanted to try Vera, I wanted to try Vesusia. Ended up starting with Vesusia because they had the better dust loop page, and that's where we're at the moment. But yeah, the LCQ was very interesting, especially with the top 8. It's probably not like the expected top 8. And especially with the results as well. I don't know if everyone's got any like perspective on like watching the like I don't know the finals of the LCQ. That was a very interesting set, given the outcry afterwards about Ferry being too strong or something, despite Beeple starting on the Matera and that kind of thing.
I haven't actually seen that.
Can I add something real quick?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
I'm really happy to have seen like Incendiate do so well, because they are like some kind of player too, just like me.
We can do a little Incendiate glazing right now because we've got Fitizen here.
Yeah, like
I'm his biggest fan. Yeah, so good.
He was the Lowain representative.
This is real Lowain. I'm gonna say it. I don't care. I'm gonna do it. You know, that's like. That's real Lowain, man. That's how. That's how you're supposed to play the character. You were talking, Skill. You were talking earlier about how you don't want to like just knowledge check people.
Yeah.
Like that's Incendiate, man. Like he's not knowledge checking anyone. Like HPA, like who gives a shit? Like let me do boom. There's no counterplay to this shit, you know. Like He's so good. At one point, I was like corner pressuring him, and I do like 6XL or something. He does bone wheel and straight combo into 2-1 for you. I take like 50% damage. It was insane. I was like, why have I never seen this before? You know,
Yeah.
it's like I'm sorry, our Luane's got to step it up, man. And I know, like I don't do well against Luane. Of like the top players, I feel like I lose to them the most. But still, like that's not where the, you know, like that's on me. Like I'm not like hating on them because of that. It's really just we just got to do better as a society, man. You know.
Like Luane,
I
like
think. Go ahead.
yes, one sec. Just Luane is just like I think can be played really solid currently. Like the game plan of like refilling your BP with like emergency SBA when you really need it only should be when you are actually losing, right? And most of the time you actually can very well space your opponent and like take a lot of turns because of one break counter, for example, and also like get a lot of meta during the same instance, and at the same time get the wheel, create situation where like opponent has like really bad way of responding to it, like maybe they are too far, or like they got like a very cheap range plus on block, then you spam your wheel, then they can't spot dodge, because if they spot dodge they get punished, right? They can't attack, otherwise they also get punished, so they give up a turn, you refill a bit of your bar, you get like your turn, then you get the parry to try to steal a turn, and if the parry fails, unlikely that you get punished, you do brave counter again, and you do it again, right? And you probably even get the SBA in the meantime, then you get like 1 BP back. Like this stuff, like the loop that they started doing is very well made. It's just that like they need to, I think in my opinion at least, the Loanes, they need to work on the fundamentals. If they work on the fundamentals and what they do, like in general, right?
Brother.
It's gonna be it's gonna be so hard to deal with them.
Yeah, and like I mean, they're all improving as players steadily.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm not like, I used to kind of hate like, oh, you're not anti-airing, whatever. I can't. A lot of the time, I can't say that anymore. You know, like
yeah.
It's not even true. It's before, ever since the BC nerf, obviously you also have to play a bit differently. Like now, if you don't enter, you can't just BC and be like, oh, actually, let me, it's my turn.
Let me take that turn.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Yeah. Space, did you play Incendia at any point?
Yeah, I played first to 5 with him, with the guy, and he was really good. Like,
yeah,
he's definitely way different than all the other Luanes I've played so far.
Yeah, I think we all have like a very similar impression, given.
For sure.
It's kind of funny because I felt like I definitely had like the least like. It felt like everybody got like kind of surprised or something, but like, I mean, I knew what I expected from him because I've already seen him play in tournament, right, at Frosty Faustings, and I knew what was going to happen, right? That he plays more fundamentals, that he doesn't rely on the gimmicks and stuff. And it was pretty much what I experienced in the set with him. Obviously, that's like what you want to see, right? But like, yeah, it was pretty much what I expected, right? So I wasn't like as blown away. But obviously, yeah, very good player. Like the way
not to glaze myself, but I think part of what the impression being like so positive was, I beat almost everyone I played against this weekend. And not so. In the player room and outside, I was doing very well against everyone, I felt. And so I was like very high, like my ego was high, like I was like feeling it. And then I lost the first 5 against him. And I can't even say, like usually when I lose to Luane, it's like, I feel like I lose to myself.
Okay.
Primarily. That's the way I feel, like that's why, I get salty when I lose. It's because I feel like this was avoidable. I lost to myself. I choked, or I didn't react to HBA 1 time or 2 times or whatever. And so, but against him, like there was no cope. I couldn't cope. It was just I lost because I lost. Like he strike through me. His timings were good. He like called out stuff on defense, and so I just lost because in that moment I truly felt like he was just a better player. And so
immediately tried to sell a rematch afterwards.
No, those aren't the sofas. As you can see, like those sofas were fine, but those were Strive. You can see them in the mirror. You can actually see the sofa.
The mirror.
That kind of
the
kind of
big
sofa
one
we
in
were
the
sitting on.
back.
Yeah, the Strive setup was obviously better because they
That's
had like
fine. That was fine. Yeah.
We
were forced to sit on like yeah.
Sorry, but like the point is the Strive setup was like a corner setup with 4 setups and like corner sofas. Ours was like the table wasn't like as sturdy as this. It was like a small thingy, and like my monitor. I had to like move the monitor at some point. The monitor was like hanging off the table like halfway and shit. So it was like definitely not. It's not intended for the usage essentially.
Do you have a chess set in there?
Yes, there's actually a picture on Twitter of Toro and rookies. I think
I remember actually. Yeah,
pretend chess. That was really funny.
Oh look, there's a part of the setup. You got one on the bar. Yeah, this is like local shit. Let's go. It's like set up wherever you can put a monitor.
Space and Aaron were sitting on bar stools there. That's
not good for the back.
I didn't play with
and you can't play on
we had to play on the bar stools.
Man.
Yeah, I played Gamera on the bar stools as well.
How did he even play on that? Man?
He played quite a bit on that.
There's a sofa. There we go.
Like, look at this, man. Look at the table.
Goofy ass table.
The monitor was like too wide for that shit.
Yeah, it wasn't.
The cable was too like short too, so like you couldn't even like lean back on the sofa when you're playing.
The headset.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was an issue in pools as well, but it wasn't super bad. I've seen worse.
I played like a 1st-7 with Zippy and had to like gamer lean, and like halfway through the set my back started hurting, so I just had to take off the headset.
Oh, I can see the issue with the arcade stick with the arms as well there. You see it from Fitty.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that was man. That shit was terrible, man.
Anyway, we can talk about food. We can talk about top 8. What do you want to do, Socky?
I'd say let's start to talk. Depends. How does everybody feel?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have much to say about top 8. Obviously, I'm disappointed. You know, I did extremely well against Zippy and Casuals, and then I already talked about this earlier. I don't need to bring it up again. So, I was very disappointed because I was so happy with how I played groups, and that's, you know, I lost to Skill, and you know, I can beat him. But I didn't. But I felt fine with that. You know, I felt like I played fine, and I lost. That's okay, and I got out of groups, so I was happy about that. And the top 8 thing, like, that really annoyed me. I really felt like I should have won. It felt a little bit like I felt like a certain entitlement to win for sure. You know, it was similar to last year where I won in winners against Zippy and I felt like I played well. I played against Koji in winners and I lost, but I felt like I played well. So that was like the skill set. I was like, yeah, I lost, but you know, that was fine. And then I just play like shit against Zerum and I get bodied. And that's kind of how it felt. Even though the score was 3-2, I feel like, you know, I didn't play well at all. And that's just frustrating, you know. Last year was like the same thing where like I beat Zerum and Casuals very convincingly, and then I play like shit in the actual top 8. And so
you did do the Fitty thing of trying something once you were down to her, and it almost worked. Like just playing a lot more aggressive, playing like on the front foot.
And
the
like
DP moment as well.
I played with urgency, you know, and like the DP is something I usually wouldn't do, right? That's not a play I usually do. Yeah. But the reason I did it is because, again, like it was the difference in mindset between playing to like some sort of layer 1 game plan versus playing to what my opponent is actually doing on the screen. And so the reason I did that, even though I usually don't do these kinds of plays, is because I was like, I changed my mindset to play like based on what he's doing. And so I was like playing more read based, you know. I was thinking like, I know he's gonna press, I don't know the exact timing, I don't want to go back to neutral. So suddenly like that made sense. I'd never done this before. I don't think, outside of fucking around, I don't think I've ever done a walk up DP in casuals, you know, like non UDP, because UDP is completely different with the slowdown. But there it just made sense to me because I knew he would press, I just didn't know the timing. So, you know, I did it, but yeah, I don't know. It's just
That's funny.
I wasn't happy overall. It is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have like kind of the same experience. Not exactly the same experience, but like kind of the same because I played well in the groups. But I think like I approached my match against Toro wrong in the top 8. Mainly because one, I knew that they practiced a lot and I was reviewing the matches I've done against other people. I think they're like even like maybe 2 hours before the event, I could see them like both of them. They were like seated in front of each other. Both had stories in training mode and was looking at their phone. So
everyone was practicing in Swords.
Yeah,
but you're the big
but I knew that like what I usually do, they would probably come up with a solution, right? And they did. The problem was that for some reason I autopiloted too much. I think like that's mostly because, as I said like before, I was in a weird mindset. It's just because I think also like the thing that like I did the worst, in my opinion, was like basically I talked earlier about the sleep, like getting like not enough sleep and like just like Fitizen said, kept thinking about the stuff that was gonna happen, right? And the problem was like when I started the match, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do something that like usually works and usually like don't have that many counterplays, right? But as I said, like they were checking the VODs earlier and like they went instantly for like vertical jump, like Toro did, at least. And you could see that was the reason, right? Like there is
you don't do that game 1 unless you have like a
a clear read.
counter.
And I knew it. Just before the actual thing, right? I was like, I need not to do that, right? Or at least if I do my walk back, EX punch, I need to check if it jumps or not, right? And I start walk back, see the jump still pressed, and that's that's the main thing. Like, and as soon as I got hit by the jump in, obviously, like we finished my EX punch, I was like, oh, I need to wake up, right? Like I don't know what am I doing, right? And I was like feeling not feeling well the match. It was like it felt I was thinking too slowly most of the time. As I said, I don't know what it was. If it was like just because of pressure, because of like stakes, or even like because I said like the sleep was like not great for the last day because of the stress. Yeah. But honestly, like I felt behind in like my way of thinking. Even that day when I was playing casuals, I did worse than the other days, and mostly because I think I was a bit behind in terms of like my thought processing basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the countermeasures, but I didn't use them fast enough, and it was like a bit. A bit sad. Like the second match were like close. The third one also was like close. But like I got hit, for example, with the U fireball, which I usually don't too much because I just accept getting thrown.
I wanted to ask you about that. Right? Remember how like I was asking you if you know about U fireball mid screen, like U delay thing, and I was like when I saw you get hit by it, Kayana. And who's the other French guy who's there?
Flashno?
Yeah, Flashno. Yeah, kind of Flashno. We're like, oh no! And I turned around to him and was like, no, it's fine. He knows. Like, it's cool. And then you got hit like I think 2 more times by that. And I was like, that's weird. Like I don't think that usually happens. Like.
Yeah, I usually like pay more attention to like the meta, so I don't tech when they have like 50% stuff like that. But for some reason, I said like I was like way too behind in terms of like thought processing, and like the last time I got hit was like I remember even like was after like brave counter hit. They do a high jump forward, right? They do the cross up, and then they go instantly for the fireball. And I was expecting it, and I tried to DP it, but I think like the block stun was so high that I didn't get it, and maybe that or like the blue like slowdown, right? And I got neutral hit into my input DP. So that was a bit sad on the last one. But like, overall, even though like I had like, honestly, like when I played the Toro, I think it was like 11-8 for me. So I won like, but very close. It was like close to 50-50. So I wanted to do, even though definitely I wouldn't say I would be favored, right? But I would say that like I had my fair chances. It's just like they prepared more, and for some reason I was like very, like my first set was like really behind in terms of like what I usually do, right? And but as you said, like it was the case of so many people on the stage. For like that day, like Gamera, like the set was a bit weird. Like his the first set was like strange. Like they dropped a lot of stuff. They didn't confirm a lot of stuff. That was a bit weird. Then there was also like obviously your set. That was also like it felt that you were like very behind in terms of what you usually do.
Yeah,
and the same thing for me. So I think like it's more. It can be obviously sleep on stuff, but I think it's more nerves, pressure.
I think it's
stuff like stakes.
I wanted to ask, like, do you feel like this happens at like regular events, or is it specifically the stakes here? Is it the format? Is it like, what do you think makes the difference?
I think it's a mix of everything, to be honest. I think like the worse like your mental situation is, the more likely it is to happen. And obviously the more stakes there are in events like these, the more it is likely to happen, obviously, because of it. But yeah, like that set, I think like definitely was the set I must win if I want to continue that tournament. And I will still talk about like the other match. And also, I wanted to talk about something that is, I think, important to mention. Is like about the event in general. It's like even though I like, what they decided to do with, the brave counter change, stuff like that. I definitely think that like all the changes to characters, stuff like that, should not be too close to a final.
That was fair.
Like this was too close, and I didn't have enough time to practice both the changes of Sig that got nerfed, obviously, and still practice the new changes of other characters with stories, right? I had to make a choice, and this choice was like to just, kind of hope that I can manage to, play well stories enough so I can beat most zoners, except for the ones I probably won't face. And one of them was Metera. And the problem is that, like, in my opinion, like, my match against Monarch, so they play great, no problem. My issue is that, like, I think, like, this is not a very winnable matchup for stories. And this is the same with Eustace, by the way. I think those two matchups are, like, almost unwinnable with stories. And usually, if you watched my tournaments that I usually play with against these characters, I never go stories against them. I always go Sig. Yeah. And like the problem was that, as I said, the event being having
only a month.
Only it was even less than a month, I believe. But
it was insane for me as well. Yeah, I think also my mains got nerfed.
It was on a secondary as well, which
a lot of people thought that like not the patch being like bad necessarily, but the time is just.
It's disrespectful to the players. Like you can't. I don't think you can sugarcoat it. It's disrespectful to the competitors because what you're doing is you're advertising the new patch at the biggest event. That's what you're doing. Like, let's be real, right? That's the only reason you're doing this. You're trying to show off what you did on the biggest stage, but you're not getting the highest quality matches. This way, and it sucks to play like a whole year. I mean, I played Siegfried all year, and then suddenly he gets nerfed this hard before the finals. It's just I don't think any character, no matter how problematic, should get nerfed that hard before the finals.
I said general changes. Some general changes, I think that everyone will have to take account could be changed. Like
the BC, I think is fine.
Yeah, the BC, I think it was healthy for the game, honestly. Even though I know that some characters obviously got, nerfed or buffed more by these changes. Obviously, like Grimnir getting buffed, we know that.
I think the BC thing is fine. I think 3 weeks is enough to get used to the new BC.
Yeah, but everyone has to get used to the same thing, and this situation is going to happen to everyone. So tier list is going to change, but also people will have time to adapt. But the changes of specific characters, the problem is like people are maining these characters, and like you got instantly disadvantaged by these changes. But like in my case, it was basically my emergency pick against unplayable matchups. and that emergency pick just disappears. Because, as I said, I don't have time to practice both characters. And two, like the secondary character is also worse versus genres, in my opinion, currently at least. I think Sig is doing fine, but not great. Like, he's just doing fine against zoners.
It's not
worse than it was before. If that's what
no, it's not. It's not a counter pick. I think right now, Metera versus Siegfried is even. I think it's even, personally. Maybe slightly winning for Siegfried, but that's my opinion. Monarch has it as slightly winning for Siegfried too, and in my casuals against him, that's also how it felt to me. But it's definitely not a counter pick. Like, you're not picking Siegfried. You're not picking up Siegfried to counter Metera and Fairy. Like, they're better characters for that.
So yeah, I just finished about my match. So yeah, I entered my match, but I knew I lost already. So I knew there was no loser run for me as soon as I saw Monarch winning.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you felt about it.
I was a bit sad. Yeah, I was a bit sad because I was even thinking about maybe I should just try Sandalphon or some shit. I was that close. Like, I was that desperate about the matchup. But I was like, yeah. Just lose with your main. That's it. Just keep playing the main.
You had some moments. I mean, obviously Monarch was mostly in control, but you did, especially like at the start, it looked like you maybe could do it. Honestly, like
it's just getting in, isn't it?
That's the main problem. Like, if you don't win instantly as Soris, you just lost, because they are doing better and better, and you're doing worse and worse, because they are, as you said, we are playing a game where like Soris is the one that you need to answer, like the question with. That you have to answer to, right? And as soon as they figure out those answers, right, they are not doing as many mistakes, and yeah, it's getting worse and worse. So like, I don't know. I was not. I had no opium at that point, to be honest. But
it's the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Yeah, you remember? You remember? I talked to you. We talked about the rookies fight.
I was so confident rookies would win.
It's a good match
this year. Player,
Monarch was playing too well. Like, honestly, Monarch was playing way too well. I couldn't see Monarch losing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just that like, it is, as I said, very strong. I'm not saying I would win otherwise or something, but I'm just saying that like, I just want the fighting chance, and usually my fighting chance is Siegfried, right? Because I don't believe in the Soris versus Zoners matchup, like, at least on the harder ones, right? Yeah. And like that chance was basically very reduced by the changes that don't let me enough time to actually adjust for the final. So I think that's the main thing I would like, to point out about the event. That was, in my opinion, really negative for the event. But yeah.
I think especially character changes. I feel like the Metera buffs are like one of the most substantial ones throughout because they like.
I'm glad they
changed the way you have to play against her ever so slightly, and that is not something that you're just gonna like. That unless you like hard focus it for a month, that's not just something that you will like just learn like that so quickly. That's so annoying.
It's one of those cases where the player playing the character has 3 weeks. But you yourself, you play the character maybe twice before, before the event, and so it's pretty difficult. I agree. I think it's pretty hard, especially if it's like you said, if it changes the way you do things, like and it definitely changes things. Like, jumping gets worse,
Rolling gets worse.
Rolling. Like, certain situations where you'd get a punish or she'd have to block, she can still anti-air, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, there's a period of time where people like underestimated that as well. So it was like even closer to the event where, like, before the information actually properly propagated.
Yeah,
like,
I think
how it changes like a lot more than you think it would, basically.
Yeah, I mean the uncertainty was rough. So just really briefly, I was salty. Like. It was funny seeing other Siegfried players be more salty than me. People that didn't have to play in the finals. I feel like I wasn't even that salty about it.
You weren't.
Because I thought the character was, like, he deserved the nerfs, I think. He was pretty stupid. But so did other characters, of course. So it's kind of weird to see certain characters just, like Beatrix, just not get nerfed. But the biggest thing for me was just not knowing what to do. Like, oh, I've got 3 weeks now. Every day counts. What do I do? Is Siegfried good enough? Do I stick to him? Do I try Sandalphon? So you're wasting like the first 3 or 4 days of the patch. I quote unquote wasted by like grinding Sandalphon because maybe he's top 1. You know, maybe he's the best. Maybe he's the best character in the game.
I did the same, by the way.
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
the same.
Because in case he's top 1, it's like easy to just switch to him and play on the broken character. He's a Shoto, so it's not that hard, right? And then like very quickly I realized, okay, he's not top 1. And then I play a bit more and it's like, okay, he's probably not like top 3 or top 5. And now you're like, well, now how good is Siegfried? Do I pick Beatrix? Do I pick Cat? Like, oh, I'm better at Cat. I'm going to be better at Cat because, you know, that's better, more my style. But Beatrix is the best character, maybe, or probably, you know, at least outside of Grimnir, who you can't learn in 3 weeks. And so it's like, you know, what do you do? Like, what's the play here? And it's so frustrating. And then I play Siegfried a bit. I'm like, I guess this is fine. And then just like, I'm going to make this work, you know? But having to make that call with this much pressure sucks. And, you know, I was picking Lucy to switch to him long term. Yeah. Like, I wanted Lucy as my main and Siegfried as, like, maybe for a few matchups. And they just destroyed that character. They like, obliterated him. And that was, like, frustrating, too, because all the time I spent, like, building up the character in all these matchups just gone, right? Instantly. And there wasn't even any tournament. I played him at Kayana Cup a bit, but there wasn't even any tournament that I could really use him for, you know? It's just like all the time completely gone. It's just like it's pretty frustrating.
If you were like on a game show or something like funny, you would like understand like, oh, you have 3 weeks. Good luck.
Yeah,
but like this is like, literally the finals. Like this is a tour. We've been playing for this the whole year.
Yeah. After the final, if he gets like destroyed after the finals, you can say, well, okay, that sucks, but it's, you know, it's a new season. And so new season, new me, whatever. But having this happen in that moment, I think was, yeah, again, very disrespectful to the players, and you know, just kind of toxic.
I don't think it was like I don't think it was like trying to advertise it, like using it as a platform to advertise the patch to people, because it was kind of a subtle patch on from a casual perspective as well. But I think it was just a case of like the timings like lining up with when the finals was, and like them decided to do it then regardless of the finals because of like other means, like the development pipeline or whatever it is. Or you can take the alternative approach, which is they decided to nerf all the characters the Japanese players did not play and the other players did play, and in order to ensure that Gamera and Toro would be in the finals again. Which is completely true, 100% correct. Truth nuke dropped, etc., etc.
I will say, when we're talking about advertising, I genuinely think that Beatrix wasn't touched because she's the most popular character.
That's it.
Yeah, I think that is true. Like,
I think so as well.
I think they were like, oh, she's really good, and I do think they did a good job with her. Like, she's cool to watch. Her animations are cool. You know, I like her voice lines. I like the way the character's designed and stuff. And you know, people who don't have to play against her wouldn't know. But it's for how good she is, she's been kind of underrepresented, you know? And so I think they wanted her to be at this finals, and they succeeded, you know? So maybe they weren't happy with the versus Epic, but...
No, I mean, like, Vasushi didn't get nerfed either, so... But so if they wanted to encourage Gamera to do that, yeah, Socky, go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is, like, I feel like, I mean, Space definitely knows that he is, like he's got the nicest draw, where it's like he's been preparing the keg for so long in case Beatrix.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
And then, you know, both kind of come out on top. But despite this, it was still not like for nothing, right? Because at the end of the day, the keg is the one that pulled through, and I wanted to like hear like Space thoughts about it.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the patch being like a month before, and what are your thoughts on like your preparations and how it ended up playing out?
Yeah, so I was definitely mostly focusing on CAG like before the patch, because I was like, okay, if we're gonna balance the game, then I'm gonna nerf Beatrix, Grimnir, Siegfried, etc. Then I'm nerfing Beatrix, so I was like, okay, I guess I was like, I wasn't sure, because I felt like CAG still had like a really good shot and like going far this Arc World Tour, so I mostly like played both and I would see what my bracket was on the day of. So my prep was kind of just like playing both because they didn't nerf Beatrix. I got back to playing her a lot again. And I think like the main thing is like with CAG, I felt like I've said this I think to Fitizen before. Like if you play someone that you don't really know, like running like CAG offense is just like easy. And the Beatrix is just like standard Shoto stuff. So when I saw my bracket and I saw like, oh, I gotta play Toro and Zane, I know that I want to play CAG against those two. I was like, okay, I guess the Beatrix isn't coming out much like this weekend.
I agree with that thinking of like, Beatrix is good if you know how your opponent plays defense and like the timings and all of that kind of stuff. With CAG, it's just like you do your mix up. If they tech, they die. If they didn't tech, you're plus.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you can keep going. You don't have to take like huge risks. So
yeah, I was like, my thoughts on the patch itself is like, I think it's crazy that Beatrix didn't get nerfed. I'm actually like, I'm gonna see when the next patch is. Like, if they announce there's gonna be a patch before the tour starts again, then I'll probably go back to focusing on CAG because I don't think she's lasting long. But for now, I'm actually mostly playing Beatrix again because I feel like
you think CAG's getting shot or something? Or?
No, I don't think CAG is getting shot. I just think Beatrix is like.
Oh, you think your opinion on her like drops over time?
So I don't think she's like a long-term character for me. Like I'll be playing her, but I feel like for now I want to focus on Beatrix while she's still like really in this state and really good. Because like some things that I've noticed from Gamera, that I've seen Gamera do, because I played him like in a few games. I realized like some things about Beatrix that I wasn't like using properly yet. So I want to go back on focusing on her because I feel like I can. Because she's still broken, and I feel like I wasn't using her that well, I feel like I can get a lot better with her.
It's funny you say that because I want Skill's perspective on this as well because I think you didn't play against this Beatrix, right, Socky? Gamera Beatrix?
No, I didn't even get to play against Gamera at all, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so Skill, I want to ask your perspective. Of all the Beatrix players I've played ever, like, yes, Gamera is the better player than Space, I think, but I think Space's game, like playstyle, is the best. I think for Beatrix, I think that the way Gamera plays Beatrix is worse. Like the thought process and the playstyle, I think is worse. I mean, he does certain things that are amazing. Like his whiff punishes on 6XL when he like backdashes. Like those are sick. You can incorporate that. I get that. But I think that like when I play against Gamera, I feel like I'm not losing to the character. I'm losing to the player, and he could do the same thing on someone else. You know what I mean? And my set was very close with him. That I had, and actually won the first 5, and then he adapted and pulled away. But I felt like shit. Like if he played more like you, but with like all the stuff that makes Gamera, I would get cooked. That's how I felt, So I actually think that's why I wanted like Skill's opinion on it. Like, how do you feel about that?
I honestly I did much better versus Gamera than against Space overall in the weekend. And the main thing, in my opinion at least, one obviously that Space know the matchup way better than Gamera, like the Stories matchup in general. So that for sure, Space is above in terms of like matchup knowledge, but again that makes sense since there are not that many stories in Japan probably. But honestly, I would say like the offense and the defense are very different from both players. So that's just my point of view, right? So against Space, I think like it's very hard to get out most of the time, and like there is like very little gaps. But he does do some resets, which are hard to deal with, especially when you don't have DPs or even quarterback mediums and stuff like that. Even like sometimes in neutral with the exertion and stuff like that to try to crush you. Which Gamera don't do that. He plays very conservative, even in offense. He doesn't do like gaps stuff. He just do real quote unquote strings. But the main thing is that I don't have a DP, and like unreal things are real against non-DP characters. So I have more trouble of like handling the defense against Space because he's more plus more often right? Because he does those resets, right?
Yeah.
The main thing that Gamera does way better, in my opinion, is the defense. His defense is the best I played against all the players there. I think he has the best defense by a good amount, honestly. I was trying to reproduce his defense, but like it's very hard to actually does what he does, which is basically like he's teching on reaction like most of the time, and at a range where like there is no mix-up, kinda, and also like so even though he doesn't know perfectly the Sori's matchup, defense-wise, it's still excellent. And when I say that, it's like when I played them, like both Gamera and Tororo, both never got hit by 2-2U in casuals. Like they never got hit. And the reason why is that they either take with a close light for Tororo because they know they have a tall characters that hits them, right? Or they just take on reaction, fully on reaction like Gamera. So they never also get hit. So like I think the Japanese defense was like the winner, I would say. What makes the win in that event overall. Their defense was like just very good, very solid overall. But like both their tricks very good. It's just like they have like different way of applicating like their strength. It's just like Gamera maybe have a bit more experience than Space, like as a player.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that like I agree that Gamera's defense is better, right? 100%. But like, I guess when I'm thinking about game plan, I'm not really thinking about defense that much because it's what you do when you're knocked down. It's what you do when your opponent is like close to you, and plus, that's pretty universal. I mean, not 100%, right? But I wouldn't say it's like very unique to Beatrix what you do in those spots. So I like in terms of neutral and offense, I actually felt like I like what Space is doing more. I feel like when I play against Gamera, I feel like he's too willing to give up on situations that are good for him. He'll be like plus in front of me and just like back off and chill.
Yeah, you just
and understand that like. Yeah, exactly. And I think that thought process of like, I'm the better player, I'm gonna win if I don't take risks, I think that only works to a certain point. I think if your opponent is actually on a similar level to you, which maybe you can say doesn't exist, maybe Gamera is in a league of his own in Toro, but if it's like if you're on a similar level, I think at some point you gotta like actually cash out those positive situations. And like Space does that, right? Extremely well. And so I just thought that was interesting. I mean, I agree Gamera's defense is insane. Though I will say that I didn't struggle opening him up that much. And I think it's because of what you're describing. It's true. Like, he plays very reactively on defense with his, like, button presses and the throw techs. But that's why, because it's reactive, it's predictable, right? Like, in the sense that I can, like, frame trap the throw tech. Because, as you say, like, I know when it's coming. It's because when I'm close to him, he will throw tech reactively, but you can't actually, like, react to the throw itself. And so, I got a lot of counter hits on him playing that way. But
I would say though, I think that like you are biased because you have like very different offense than most people. Like,
I agree.
Your timings of the close heavies and your dashes at the the time you do them is like very specific in my opinion. Like for example, I rarely get hit by people doing this, and you do open me a lot with the dash close heavy. And when I was playing Gamera, I was trying to do so. Soris is pretty slow, you know that, right?
Yeah.
He runs very slowly, and I
can't do
was
that.
running in their face and do close heavy. I never got grabbed. He never got counter hit. Never ever.
Yeah.
So what I mean is that like I think he's teching on the animation, and the main thing if you tech on the animation of the move, because all the buttons are too fast, right? You just block the animation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Close heavy or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just because you have some, like timings, like where you run up maybe very deep and stuff like that you manage, like they maybe think that like your run is an animation or something. That may be the case, right? But like for most characters,
possible. Yeah.
And at least for Soris, I can't do that because I'm not running like ever after like my +1s. I'm not doing a marathon or some shit, right?
No, I mean I agree
So-
with you. I don't think Soros
Yeah.
can. I don't think Soros can do that. Like you're not gonna run in that. I mean that's his main weakness, right? How slow he is, for sure.
Yeah, but most people has to press, like you said. Like for example, me, I can't fully react on a movement without getting countered by some stuff randomly. And Gamera has a timing, at least in my experience, where like they don't even take my 2-2-U, where like there is a big slowdown animation.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I don't have the experience of like, so he doesn't tech a lot. First of all, he doesn't tech a
Yeah.
lot. So my experience playing against him is that I can open him up with the close heavies, you know, like delay, whatever, or even with light, same thing, but just less reward. But I also was able to throw him a lot, which is why I didn't have the same experience that he's like reacting to throw, you know, with like maybe the throw animation with throw.
Yeah. I don't believe it, a bit personally.
I mean, I think that Soros is very bad at playing the way that I'm saying is good against him. You know, I agree with that.
I
Like,
agree.
You don't
I
get the
know.
opportunities to do that.
Yeah, because I'm not plus enough, and I'm very slow, and close heavy is also slow. So like all of these like combined is mean like your mix-ups kind of is worse, right? Which makes sense. It's just like I said, like.
I mean, there was one. There were a few matches. I'm sorry, but like there were like a few matches where we played where I feel like I was playing Street Fighter 6. Because I was throwing him sometimes in our matches. I was throwing him like 5 times in a row, you know, and they were all like working. So I definitely managed to like make him afraid of doing it. Actually, okay, you know, if I'm believing you, then one thing that maybe also did it is because you know how I backdash shimmy. Maybe, and I hit him with that too a few times. So maybe it's also that. Maybe it's when you react to tweak to animation. Maybe he's reacting to the backdash.
Oh yeah. Backdash was the only thing that was working for me too. Like basically,
that would be the thing I can see.
Yeah,
you know?
like he reacts. Like I'm pretty sure of it. Like he just reacts to some kind of animation, right? And because he reacts to some kind of animation, he blocks mostly all attacks and tech like late tech or whatever against grabs, right? And against backdash, obviously he also techs because he thinks it's an animation. So it actually works. So probably Seox would also work because you know there is no slowdown and also like it's a built-in shimmy. So Seox would also work probably. But at least to my perspective, it's the best way of playing defense against a lot of characters because if you don't get hit by like even delay attacks and stuff like that, and you always take the grab, they have to go for the backdash, and we all know like going for the backdash is not viable after everything because you can't backdash frame 1 after dashing. Which means that like if they mash or anything, you get hit. If they grab, you also get hit.
You get air they can convert on the air hit even. Yeah.
It's like let's just say it to a far light, it just goes into full combo. It's like
dude, okay, I will actually like I'm gonna see. I'm gonna like look at that a bit more. You know, I will see if I can maybe actually react to like an animation with something and see what happens. I kind of never even tried in this game. I kind of gave up on it. I checked like when it came out, can I react to throw? And my verdict was no, I can't, you know, and so I just kind of gave up on it. But maybe if you're like tweaking to any animation whatsoever, maybe there's like some hope. I don't know.
Yeah, something that looks like different than like somebody's dash/walk, right? Like just
and I mean if you're pressing or like teching on a backdash, I mean that's fine.
I think that's fine. I think that's also fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can do the same thing with a light, and if you do, let's say you tech with a light, or even crouch medium if you have a 7 frame, for example, you can mix up between like you see the animation, you super late tech with grab, or you see an animation and you super late tech with a crouch medium, and if it was a backdash, you punish them instead.
Yeah. At the very least, you get RS on every character.
Yeah. Like obviously, it will lose to other stuff because if they go for like I don't know if they are like maybe 10 framers moves or 12 framer move. Like I like what I saw against Gamera is that when I was doing, listen, it's very funny actually. The example is very funny. I was running in their face and I was doing 2-2L with Soris. It's super slow. I don't know what's the startup again. Let me see. Real quick.
Yes,
that's true.
42.
There was
No,
also
2-L, the 2-L is faster than that.
there was also this one
I was
situation
thinking of
where
mention.
I think Riazo whiffed throw in front of him, and he did the Corona handshake. He like super late. He like throws it
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, also he reacts to the animation, so obviously I get that.
It's 18 frames. Good to
Yeah,
go.
like, and this was working. This is just to say how slow he's taking. He's taking super slow, and
yeah.
he's still taking my grabs. And if he is getting hit by the 2-L, 18 frames. You have to have such a slow move to be able to counter hit them during that button press. Like that's the main thing, right? This is so risky also to do, because obviously what I was doing was like just hard reading on their defense, right?
Yeah.
Fighting
and-
versus doing this sort of shit, yeah, you're like
Yeah, it's like
death wish.
their defense, like I think both Tororo and Gamera defense were like insane. The whole event.
I do think people underestimate how much time there is to throw a tech. Obviously, it's nowhere close to like base game, but like the amount of time you have to tech, you'd have to like immediately tech on like their like first couple frames of them grabbing you. There was like a decent period of time afterwards, and the Japanese players do like delay their tech to like last possible couple frames or so. And that helps their defense substantially over like someone trying to like tech on the first frame of the grab or whatever.
Yeah. So even if I'm assuming that there's no reactions involved, like in terms of no reaction to the throw, but to the situation. Obviously, you're always reacting to the situation with like a delay at the very least. Then I will say that the Japanese are way better at that.
Yeah.
You know, they're way more disciplined. It's very hard. The best defense that I've played against actually was Bortorek, like against my playstyle.
He has the best far lights, but these are not exactly the same. But yeah, he has a great defense too.
No, I'm also talking about close up, not just like because spaced. Obviously, like his far lights were really good, but against my personal playstyle, it was very hard for me to open him up. I couldn't like. I kept getting like red tech. Then I go for delays, no hits. You know, like I feel like he really had my number. You know, like I wasn't like very good at opening. So I was actually kind of depressed. Not depressed, but like, okay. So
like
going into last year's finals, I was kind of confident. Like I'm playing well. I've never played against Japanese people in this game before, but I'm playing well. Whatever. Then I play against Fukunaga and Taco washed me, like 20-5 or something, right? And I was like, damn. To be fair, that was old Nier, right? And I think Otaka was the only one in the world playing her on the level where she was like actually as broken as she was. But I was like, damn, this is rough. And then I played against Fukunaga, and I was like, you know, I think I'm pretty okay against Lancelot. And I played, and he also beat me, like, you know, I did okay, but like pretty convincingly. And so then I go play against Bortorek at Kana Cup. I haven't played against Japanese in like a long time, right? Since that version of the game. And I'm playing against Bortorek, and I felt like I was doing fine, but he was winning pretty, like almost every game. I'm going to be honest. Like he won almost every game in the end, like even though it was all close games. So I go into the finals, I'm like, damn, Bortorek, he's not even Gamera or Toro, you know? Like, are they that much better? And I did way better. Like Gamera and Toro were way easier for me than Bortorek, which is funny, you know? So I think it goes to show that even on like the highest level of player matchups are still a huge thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously.
We do generalize a bit because we don't like have as much knowledge of that region than we do like say EU and NA.
Yeah.
So like the differences between players are less perceived, and a lot of our perceptions are based on the absolute top players in Japan.
Yeah. And yeah, so the one thing I want to say as well is like I'm not going to talk about every set I had on the weekend, but the person that watched me the hardest was Zane, and it's not close. You know, Zane watched me the hardest. And so it was like we didn't play that many games, but it was like 8-1, and it wasn't 8-1 like it was close though. It wasn't like Bartorek playing against Bartorek was 8-1, it was close though, you know? Against Zane it was 8-1, I got completely like most rounds I didn't even play. You know, and the one game that I won was like kind of a fluke. Like I would just get hit by like something and die every single round, and I'm like, And I did get the feeling that with more experience, I would do better. You know, like, oh, I made a mistake here, I made a mistake there. I think Siegfried, the matchup is fine against Grimnir, but yeah, like he completely watched me, and so so then I posted like I want to play money matches, and the one person, like some people liked my tweet, and one of them was Zenith, and I was like, oh man, like anyone but him, because in my head I was like,
we had the exact same experience. That's actually so funny. So I got completely washed by Zane also. Like it was like 15-4, some shit like that. And the next day, you sent me a message like I'm gonna organize the stuff like money matches and stuff. Like come if you want. Like, and then I just start watching people playing. I'm not a money match type of guy. Like, but I was just watching. And then at some point, Zenith comes to me and asks, "Hey, do you want to play?" I'm like, "Sure." I sit. And then he's like, "Money match?" I was like, "No, thank you, sir."
Not Grimnir. yeah, that was the money match.
Are you gonna block Grimnir 50-50 with 50k on the line?
And it was so funny because I was like, it's like free money. Well, not free money, but like it's I'm very confident against most people, and then it's like against Zenith, nah, like whatever. And then I play him, and it's like I'm playing against a different person, a different character.
It was
like he plays completely differently to Zane, way more honest in quarters. Like he's way more willing to interact with you. He does like 6XL pressure and presses more for heavy, and I won the set, like it was 5-4. It was like very close, but I won the set, and against him, that's how I thought it would be playing against Zane as well. I thought like, because against Zenith, I'm gonna be honest, it was 5-4, but I was making a lot of mistakes. So I feel like if I have more experience, I'm winning, like convincingly, and so that's how I felt it would be against Zane. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make mistakes, but it's okay because my offense is good and like I'm patient, and so that was the set against Zenith. I won, but against Zane, it's just like, nah. Like, I was completely deluded. Like that was not how it went at all.
I do want to move on to.
I'm sorry. There was this one interaction where you like he went for an air dash and you hit him like behind you with 2-H. Like
I gotta upload that.
Up the combo. Yeah. I mean the sets are all on your PC, on your laptop, so you could probably like.
I'm gonna upload them. I should upload them.
I do want to like ask other people about like playing against other people that they didn't play against in bracket and like other money matches or whatever. But I wanted to quickly do a quick rant about top 8. You see this front section with like 6 rows here. This was the VIP section. It was the only section you could see on camera.
Essentially everything after the boxes, right? Like the commentators and stuff.
It's probably a better image to see it like here, for example.
I think that's
you can see the rope and stuff like that. This sucked, right? There's like zero atmosphere because like half the people in here are Strive players who like paid to sit in the front, and like all the people who care, like all the other players are all back here, and they're the ones like kind of popping off for what's happening, that kind of thing. That sucked. I could see it sucking on stream as well. It sucked for an atmosphere perspective. The players couldn't really interact with like the people they care about or whatever as well, so they couldn't turn to them and like go yay or whatever.
Skill and Fitty can probably give a good like example, like how it felt playing the group stages was how it felt playing in the top 8. Because I remember like during the group stage, you could like hear people cheering for you and stuff, right? Like right behind you, even with the headsets. And like obviously that experience was a bit different in top 8.
Top 8 was more quiet for sure. Though like when I started making the comeback against Zippy, then the comebacks against Zippy, I heard some oohs and ahs, but other than that, like
Dudeakoff and me sneaked in on the side. I was cheering for you on the side.
Yeah, they even kicked out from Kayane from the side as well.
Yeah,
kind of wild.
They're like, you can't stand here. Sorry.
This is Kayana from Kayana Cup.
Yeah.
That's like,
an entire platinum event is in her honor, and you're kicking her out from the side. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, it got pretty like in the back. It got pretty like a lot of people like turned up like towards the end of top 8 as well. A lot of people wanted to watch that Strive anime for some reason or whatever. So it was pretty packed out towards the end. But,
for some reason.
I mean, honestly. But yeah, I mean, this is a Strive like thing, but it was similarly packed out. This is for the anime itself, actually. But yeah,
we complained about the VIP area as well, and they're definitely, hopefully, gonna make changes next year. It just was not particularly.
Yeah, that's just a side thing on the topic. We were kind of like off the side trying to like sneak up and like get closer and stuff like that. We got successful for a while, but eventually got kicked out again. The guards were very insistent. Yeah, they were very insistent. Everyone sit quietly and golf clap in their seats. It was pretty fun. But anyway, we'll move on to I don't know, just like general games against like other players that you didn't run into in the actual tournament itself, or like casual sets that you got, how they went, who was like the dominant force in the back room, etc., etc.
I would love to hear from Space actually.
Let me think. I played against a few of the American players and a few of the Japanese players. I did earn the Mac. It went pretty well, actually. It was like we did like a 1st-7. Ended up being 7-4 for me. I think the biggest thing with that I experienced this weekend was like, against most players I did a lot better than I thought I would initially, because like, I'm playing like, for example, Xarum. I haven't really, well, since Socky like dropped Charlotta, like we didn't really have like a top Charlotta in Europe anymore. So I was like, I don't know how to go against Xarum. But I ended up winning like most of the games in casual. So I was like, okay, I guess I do know this matchup pretty well, right? And I played against rookies as well. And at first he was winning like quite a bit more. And at the end of the session, I was winning most of the games. So I was like, okay, I feel like at the start, I thought like, oh, the Japanese players are a bit better than the rest. So it's probably going to be hard to beat them consistently. But like, I didn't really play against anyone where I thought like, oh, if I play this guy, I'm cooked. Against everyone, I had like games where I was like, or I was winning, or it was like very close.
Yeah, I definitely felt like going into the finals, a lot of people had like a lot of assumptions about how it's going to go, right? Like some people are going to get washed. Japanese players are probably going to pull ahead and stuff. And I really liked seeing like a lot of these, assumptions kind of like fall to the wayside as everybody like, it's like, wait, I'm actually kind of goated. You know what I mean? Like, you're actually doing well and stuff. And like everybody, like I said on Twitter as well, everybody, nobody really felt out of place, right? I feel like everybody kind of showed, at least at some point during the weekend, that they're like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought that was pretty cool. And like people keep, and like Fitty said, like Skill said, like in the casuals, they like won most of their sets. And I think that's also really cool to see. I mean, for me personally, I have to admit, I didn't really win a lot of like long-term sets in casuals. But what I can say though is that like, as I prepared for everybody in the finals, I didn't really get surprised by the way anybody played. You know what I mean? Like I knew what what everybody would be doing, or like I assumed I would know. I go there and then we play sets, and the thing I think I want to be doing is exactly the thing that I should be doing. Like except for like the rookie set, because I wasn't 100% sure. Like it was there was a big question mark on it, right? I thought myself, try this, see how this works out.
Yeah.
Right? Like most of the players, I was like, okay, I know what I want to be doing here, and I know what works, what doesn't work, and it's ended up being exactly that way, which is cool because I've definitely had experiences in the past before where it's like you get like destroyed by somebody, and it's like you can tell the gap, you can tell that I have so much like to learn, right? But I always have, but like it's not like the gap isn't that big. I felt like, or like at least everybody can keep up, everybody knows what's going on, and that felt pretty good.
Part of it is definitely also like the game, like it's a pretty simple game, so it's like when you get to the high level, it becomes really hard to like big skill gap people anymore, right? Like for example in Smash, when I would play like a top Japanese player, even though I'd be like one of the best players in Europe, I'd get like destroyed. Like it would not be close. It'd be like there are like 2 levels in between that. Yeah. So I was expecting I knew it wasn't going to be that big, but I was expecting that to still be like a gap of sorts of, if I play against Gamera, it's going to be like pretty hard, right? But
that's definitely a thing in base game, for example.
Yeah.
Like the gaps are a lot more prevalent because of
I feel like
base
game was definitely like you had more interactions as well, so it was just like
not more
there was a lot more ways to outplay your opponent.
Yeah, I remember that one Evo when like the Japanese players came out in full force in base game. That really like changed a lot of like minds of the NA players.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a reality check essentially, because the top 8 was like, it's like all the almost all of the Japanese players that flew out were all in top 8.
Yeah,
like, people
exactly.
like they were getting hit with shit they have never seen before, and it's like
2 Americans, one
like,
of you.
Yeah, it grounds you a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But everyone who was non-Japanese was on the loser side as well. I think. I'm pretty sure I was a guess, yeah.
But even though it felt like that, and everyone's that played against, well, I haven't heard anyone play against Toro and Gamera and say like, oh, they absolutely destroyed me. Like they still ended up winning, like both getting in grand finals. So the gap is still there, but it's just like it's not as big.
Yeah, like I've played Toro in casuals, and the score at the end was like 5-1 or 5-2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like a lot of game 3s and a lot of winnable rounds and a lot of like mistakes I can capitalize on, right? And that's like not even a matchup I'm like particularly good, like a matchup I play much at all in Rising, right? So it's like, you know, I feel
like it's like the subtle things in Rising that like really differentiate the players.
Yeah, for me it was very motivating to play them. I mean, first of all, because it because I feel like when I'm playing at my best, I'm very close to the level. Yeah. I still think I'm below it, even at my best. I still think I'm slightly below it, but it only feels slight. I think that's the first thing. And also, they kind of play the way I want to play, and seeing that like proof of concept be proven is very satisfying. You know, like being like, you know, it would be a different thing if, like play, you know, if well, I guess, you know, Monarch kind of has the same approach, but he plays like a character that I can't identify with, you know. So it's not really the same thing. But with like watching Toro, I can imagine myself being like, okay, you know, he doesn't play exactly like I would, and I don't want to be him, but I want to emulate certain things he does, you know. And it's like cool to see that work, you know, and win. And in the end, you know, him winning. And yeah, like my set against Toro was I won the first 3 and then I lost 5 in a row. But also, it sounds very extreme, but the first 3 that I won were very close, and the 5 that I lost after were very close too. So it's like, you know, like every match was like down to the wire. But there's something that, you know, makes you think like you know, you lost to Toro. It was very close. And it's like great players, and we know this as people, like as the ones who are those players in Europe, right? We know what that feels like when like I have bracket runs where my opponents get close to beating me, but they don't.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and it's like I look back at my bracket and people are like, "Oh yeah, of course Fitizen got top 3 again at this event," you know. And then I look at my bracket and I was like, "Well, I had like 4 games before top 8, well, like I had like 2 games before top 8 that were really fucking close. Maybe last match, last round, right?" And like, why is it that I won?
Exactly.
And it's like these intangibles. Like you're just a little bit more disciplined. You're just like one small step ahead, and in the end, that's like enough to win. And I feel like Gamera and Toro have that step on me, you know, and the way I do on some players in Europe, and it's motivating because like I can see someone like who's like someone like that. I asked this like Arafu. Or Default or S1, you know, like those players. I'm thinking, like, when I beat them, it doesn't feel like I was like 5 steps ahead, you know. And so those are like the kind of players where I'm thinking, if they make a jump, and in 9 months, I lose to them, like maybe 2 tournaments in a row, I'm going to try not to make that happen. I'm going to try to prevent that. But also, it's possible, right? And I want to be that, but for Gamera and Toro. You know, I want to, like, make that jump to their level.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. Were there any non-finalist players that weren't playing Luan that, I don't know, had left an impression on you, or you want to talk about, or, like, just the general vibe of the, like, American players, maybe? I don't know.
I wanted to interject real quick. Dudeakoff, did you get to play any of the qualified players?
I played a few people. Like I did play rookies, for example. I ended up playing Matera against Seox in the money match. Did not go well for me. Lost pretty significantly. I'm going to blame tiredness, but like, you know, that's probably Kerp at the end of the day. I feel like, I don't know, it's Seox, you got to react to things, and if you're not reacting to things, you die. But it did feel like absolutely winnable. Same when I played against Zenith, who wasn't a qualified player, but was like obviously a really good player that everyone wanted to play here.
I never really a favorite.
Yeah, I played Elsa, and that was like fairly even back and forth, even though like I got destroyed by Fitizen early. I was playing Matera, yeah. I'm not playing Seox in that matchup for that. but towards the end, like she like pulled off like 5 or 6 in a row. That could be like them being the better player, or like it could be just I'm like bad at long sets, as you know, because I lose focus pretty easily. But yeah, who else to play? I played like BSG a little bit in casuals in like the hotel afterwards. He's not a qualified player, but he got very close to it. Although he was kind of like a bit distracted at the time, so I can't really read too much into it. But it was, you know, Matera against Vasaraga, it's pretty good for Matera. Who else was qualified? Didn't play Toro, didn't play Gamera. Did not. I like asked Riazo like a couple of times at various points. It just like never lined up at any point, unfortunately. Same for Beepaw as well. I wanted the run back and like said we were gonna do it on like the Sunday. Ended up like staying up all night yapping with Socky, so I ended up getting like out of bed late and never got around to it, unfortunately.
He did. Yeah, people were kind of like.
He's cheeky person in chat. I played him in the hotel as well.
We had to like leave relatively early. I didn't get to play him either. And say goodbye
that was my issue as well. Biggest regret probably not playing Monarch.
Yeah.
Oh, I ended up playing Beepa actually. Like I thought I'll get Cook because we don't have fairy players.
Yeah.
But it actually went pretty even, so I was pretty happy with that.
You played Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I didn't talk about my matches, but I'll finish with your matches. But I kind of forgot that also I didn't talk about mine.
Yeah, I didn't really add much to that. I was just saying like biggest regret's probably not like asking Monarch for games at any point. Like a lot of the times, like it was like before like a group stage or the finals itself, where he was in the casual area playing people, and like I probably should have just asked at that point, but I felt like I was like interrupting his own preparation or whatever. Like the funny story was I was like watching him play against a ferry player that we did play in the 10v10 that we did on after the group stages, and like got absolutely washed by that ferry player, and then just immediately goes into like that top 8 bracket. Frio's rookies, Frio's skill, almost beats Gamera and like loses the semis. So it's like, you know, you casual play, you shouldn't like bring it into the main thing mentally. He could be just like practicing certain things in that set and not really worrying about the win-loss count, but it was funny to see. Yeah, we can talk about 10v10 at some point, but yeah, I'll just move on to what you guys were, like people you guys played, like you Skill.
I actually got to play Monarch as well. It was like one of the longer sets. And it went pretty well. It's like also like one of these things where like I expected certain things, where like the way he plays the round start, the way he plays the neutral, and the things I'm expecting to struggle with a bit, and the things that going well. Like no surprise essentially. I won like a bit more at the beginning, and then he pulled ahead. It was interesting. I had like a couple conversations with him about the character, about the matchup, and
maybe you'll have more conversations with him.
And I want to ask you something, Socky, because like I've heard this a few times and I've been thinking about it, and I think now is a good time to bring it up. So from my point of view, you weren't playing well during the weekend, right?
No.
And okay, sure, whatever. We already talked about this like a million times, but the thing that I find interesting is because I can relate to it somewhat, but I would say I'm not as. I would say I can relate to this in myself, but I would say in you it's more strongly developed. And it's you don't really base how you feel about a set on the score if it's a casual set, right? Like I hear this a lot. I hear this a lot more from you than any other person I've ever talked to, which is something like, yeah, I think it went really well. What was the score? 6-12. You know, and it's like you don't hear that from other people. Other people are like, they say it went well if they won more, or if it was even, maybe. But they don't say it went well when they lost, like by any more than like maybe 1 or 2 games, right? And I get that, because like I'm looking at the Toro set, and it was 3-5, and I'm happy with that because I think Toro's better than me, you know, and I got to be realistic with myself. Like that's how I feel, you know. And I can see what I could do better, but I would say that went well. You know, I would say that set went well. I'm happy with how I played. Yeah, can you like talk about that a bit, because kind of interesting to me.
There's like a lot of layers to it. I feel like in part, well, first of all, for the weekend, there's like this whole thing. I don't know how many people know. Obviously, the people that were there know, but like first day, you know, we go down, qualified player room. I want to sit down. I sit down with Space. He's like, "Oh, let's play, sure." I put in my adapter, and lo and behold, the game says,
"Oh yeah, this entire rack
this adapter does not work for fucking PS5 games." And I'm
PS5
like, I'm thinking
PS5
about it. It's like, did I seriously never play PS5 on PS5 this whole fucking tour? And this is the first event where this happens? And the answer is yes. So my adapter didn't work, and I was losing it, man. I did like immediately what I did was like I bought a new adapter through Amazon Prime, like to make sure that shit arrives before like Saturday in case I need it. I went back to the hotel, grabbed a bunch of adapters. I had like 2 spare controllers in case something went wrong, right? I would have like asked Cake or something for like a DualShock or something in case that didn't work out. What ended up working was one of Dudeakoff's adapters, so I had to like use my adapter with Dudeakoff's adapter.
Yeah, as a wingman.
Which is funny because like I tried this before and it didn't work, but it did work this time. And I didn't like clearly feel a difference.
But I did warn him about putting an adapter and an adapter on a wireless controller.
I was dropping so many things that first day, like that's essentially where I played most of my sets, right? Because on Friday, after the group stages, I didn't get to play as many people because like so many people were like either super tired or declined or wanted to dodge or just weren't there, right? Or we were watching a bit of the LCQ and now long story, whatever. So I didn't get to play much on Friday, which really sucks. I'm very mad about it. But so I played most of my sets on Thursday, but that was where I played with the fucking double adapter thing, and I'm like 100% sure that made a lot of things worse because I dropped so many things. It was really bad.
Yeah. Okay.
So that affected me a lot.
I guess you can talk it more about in a more general sense about it then.
Yeah.
Like and less about the weekend.
But like all this aside, in a general sense, I mean, I think part of it is definitely like a little cope, right? It's like you're like.
It's a positive.
I mean, you want to be positive about it, right? Another part is also just like the game plan, right? Because like I said, I had like going to the weekend, I looked at everybody, wrote down general game plan and things, and for everybody, that's like, you know, I was like, I should try this, do this, don't do this, and then you go into the set and it's like true, like you're just like, okay, this works out, like there's no adjustments have to be made here, maybe some slightly, but like not really. Like that's a good feeling for you, right? It's like, I know what I'm doing is the right thing. Now I just have to like log in, right? And also another thing, and I don't know if this is like I didn't think about myself that way in the past, but I definitely feel like I do better in tournament setting compared to casual than most people. Like I feel like a lot of other people like have the opposite issue where they're like I play really well in casual and then like the nerfs kill me in tournament. But for me it tends to be like the opposite. And like I've never thought about it that way because, you know, it's not like I have that much tournament experience, right? But it does seem to be that way. That like I seem to be better at like dealing with the nerfs and playing in the spot. And
the obvious comparison point is like when I'd watch you and Fitty in the early part of the tour play casuals, they were like fairly even, usually kind of Fitizen favoured. And then when it came
it's not even fairly even, bro.
I'm gonna and I'm not saying that as a dunk for my ego. Like it's not fairly even. I mean that's the thing that made me go insane.
Bro.
That is the thing that made me go insane. Like no, we have fairly even sets. Like earlier in the tour. Yeah. So like when I played as Nier, in the middle part of the season, right, where like Socky was doing it the best, we would have sets sometimes where it's like 18-15 or something. Usually to me, but like I don't know, maybe once or twice or 3 times, like you're ahead.
Can I just interject quickly? Just like to conclude the point, like Fitty, like Socky will play casual sets, like he's going to describe here, and then when they met up in finals in a bunch of times, and like Socky would like wash Frio like a bunch of times in a row. Just so like viewers get the context, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, exactly. So like Socky would win against me in tournaments, and in casuals I'm like very comfortable where either I win a little bit, like some days I win a bit more, and other days I wash him. It's like 21-6 or something, right? And I'm like, I've got it figured out.
Like, I think arguably like the strongest thing you have against me is like the comfort. Like when you are comfortable, I think you play like so much better, and like I can't take that away from you because you know the way I play. But then
I looked at the sets because you disagree with this, but I looked at the sets. I looked at the tournament sets and I looked at the casual. I compared them. You don't back then. I mean, now different character, whatever. But back then, you didn't play the same way in tournament as you did in casuals. You played a different way, and I think you played. I think the play style, the game plan was better in tournament actually. You were throwing a lot more and like not willing to go back to neutral as much, which I think back then was correct. But long tangent.
The thing is, a lot of the time it's like, go if you want to finish the thought.
Yeah, no, I just think we gotta like. It's been like a while. So
yeah, I was gonna after this point. I was gonna like go to the conclusion.
But I just want to say I just want to finish on like so because you didn't like really answer the question outside of like the tournament thing. Is there anything else to it? So cope. And
well, it's like I know it's like, well, it's like multiple things. Obviously, I mean, there's like this. If I get completely washed, if I don't know what I should be doing, it's like it's like. You would feel bad.
That's the only time you feel bad.
But like I know, like going into it, I mean, let's be 100% honest, right? Obviously, I have less experience than most of these players, right? I've not won an Evo before. I've not fucking been competing for 10, 15 years. I have a lot less fighting game experience, history, whatever you want to call it. So like, I obviously, I mean, I think it would be silly to not think that I mean, there's a reason why, like, I pick a group and everybody goes into my group. I'm definitely, like, not the favorite in a lot of these scenarios. And it would be silly to be pretending like I'm Gamera or Toro, right? So putting that into perspective, I know that I'm not going to pull up here and, like, destroy everybody. But at the same time, like I know that everything I'm doing is the right thing, right? Like even I play with skill, I play with space, I play with Fitty. Like even if I like lose sets, I like know what I need to be doing, right? And like if I lock in, I know if I lock in and play well and like just improve that, then I can win, right? And that's like that. At the end of the day, that's kind of the only thing that matters, right?
Okay, so you still feel like you can, basically.
Yeah.
Like
it's like I'm not. I don't feel like I'm. I feel like that's like easy to work on. You know what I mean?
I feel like there's some like further questions that Fitty has about that, but you got to move on to it at some other point. Yeah, we've been going quite long, as Fitty says, as expected, to be honest, given the number of people that we have on and trying to go around the table on like every point of an entire weekend, which had like a lot going on.
But, can I just add one
go for it.
little thing? Like it's just like I wanted to share my free play with the internationals because
go for it. Yeah. Feel free.
I'm gonna do it a bit fast anyway. Because
don't worry about it too much. It's like half an hour. It's fine.
Yeah, but just but basically I think my best day in terms of like free play was the first day that I think I played the best on the first day I arrived. Not that I arrived, but like the first day we started practicing, which was like basically I think Thursday, right? Was it Thursday?
Yeah, it was the media day.
Yeah, there was a media day, but also the 2 days were actually quite good. Like the Thursday and Friday were like quite good in free play for me. I played against the Japanese players. I won the set overall, but very close against Ororo. Won the set quite convincingly against Gamera. That he brought back, by the way, the next day. He did a way better set and he won overall the next day, but it was fine overall. Also played his Vesusian next day and it was also pretty good for me. I think it was like 5-2 for me.
5-2. It was 5-2.
I played 2 sets, 2 first 2 fights against rookies. I won both 5-2.
Nice.
I played so Toro was 11-8, but it was super close. Then I got cooked by Zane very hard twice. So it was interesting. Basically, it's funny because I basically lose all the hard matchups. I hard lose to them, like all the hard Stories matchup, in my opinion, at least, right?
Yeah.
But like in my opinion, like Stories struggles against Grimnir, and I did lose hard, even though I shouldn't lose that hard. I think it's just that I need more practice against some stuff, like the seal frame traps that like Robo doesn't use. But
bad, but it's not like 15-3.
Zane is pretty good at it.
Yeah, exactly. It's bad, but not that bad. So yeah. But also I played Bipo a bit. They won 7-4, I think, something like that. We didn't play too much, but also like, yeah, I'm not very good against Fairy overall. We don't have like that many good fairies, and also like the matchup kind of sucks. So yeah, it was a decent performance. Just like I also usually play Sig in these matchups. Like that day, that was funny because Bipo asked me games. So I was like, sure. Then Zane was there to play, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna get washed again. And then just after those, Blue Sky asked me games. So I was like, oh my god, this game is cursed, bro. Stop giving me those matchups. I was expecting Monarch to come up and ask games, but this didn't happen. But yeah, I got cooked by the Vasaraga, Blue Sky. But like I also think like the matchup fucking sucks, but whatever. Apart from these,
I gotta learn one of those characters, man.
I hate Vasaraga so much. Oh my god.
It's picking up new characters from Terra now. You got no chance.
But yeah, also played. So I played, I think, Zenith that day. Also like the last day. I won 5-4 actually. It was funny. It was funny because they asked for the money match. I declined. They won 4 in a row. I was like, whew, saved. I declined. And then I won 5 in a row. I was like, fuck, I lost money now.
Did he ask for a money match after that?
No, kind of like,
oh no, I mean like he asked before, but like if he asked after, because he's trying to like set you up with a 5-4 to make you feel good, and then like go for the money match after.
Imagine if you like lose 4 in a row, and then you start the money match and you 5-0 him.
Yeah, that would be sad actually, but yeah. I also played the US Namaya player. I also played that one.
Yosamitsu?
Yeah, I think that was me.
I played Yosamitsu, so I assume it was like that evening, the money match evening.
Oh, okay.
In the lobby, yeah.
But yeah, like played also. I don't remember the score. I think I was winning by a bit, but it was fairly close.
Oh, interesting.
So it was fun matches. I also played Zerom when they didn't play Anila this time, because first day they trolled me with that stupid Anila.
Like Anila was a setup, but I was like,
I see Zerom alone on the setup. I was like, cool, I'm gonna get good practice versus Charlotte. I sit down, I see stupid Anila on screen. I was like, what is he putting on me? But yeah, like last day I was able to play the Charlotte.
How'd that go, by the way?
1 or 2 game more, I think. I think they won like slightly more, but I was also playing fairly bad on the setups because I keep dropping stuff. Like offline.
Oh yeah,
PC,
on the laptop.
I kept dropping everything. Yeah, that was my first set on the laptops, and I was dropping every single combos that was.
That's true. I had like I dropped my BMPs every now and then.
I felt good on the laptop. I mean, it's my laptop, but
yeah, you're like kicking the laptop every time Zenov gets a combo,
I kept doing things like everything I was doing too fast. Like for example, 2-2U mid screen, 2-3-6U, nothing comes out. In the corner, the light after the punch, nothing comes out.
I mean, there's 1 frame less delay. Against Gamera, actually, my money match against Gamera, we both put it to +1. You said we're playing.
Yeah. But I usually don't. Yeah, I just don't play with like imp flag on the stuff. Like I just want to adapt. That's it. But yeah. Like those were the matches. I think. Elza also played. I think it was kind of 50-50. Maybe they won 1 game more. I don't remember actually.
Oh, interesting.
That was kind of 50-50 against the Vesusia.
I think it's interesting that like that's no offense against anyone. Obviously, like, again, player matchups are a thing. Like character matchups are obviously a thing. But it's interesting that you did so well against the best players in the world. They're considered the best players in the world, right? And then against people that are not considered the best in the world, some on like bad matchups for you, but some also just on like maybe just unfamiliar matchups. Like I don't know how you feel about Versusia matchups wise.
No, I'm fine with it. Like I
Yeah.
think it's so. I think Versusia is winning, but
I mean,
think
it's interesting that you
close.
beat Gamera, right? 5-2, and then go even with Elsa. Like that's
I
again.
just think the camera was worse on the delay setups. Like with the 1 frame delay that we both put, I think it's on Gamera's
Okay,
disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it changes a lot of stuff. But yeah, also I think like I didn't play that well, honestly, against Elsa, just because I was. It was basically the first set against Vesusia for a while. So usually, because I don't have like that much experience on Vesusia, I need a
Had
bit
to
of
get used to
time
it.
to adjust.
Yeah,
And they got a bit of wins in a row at first, since
interesting.
But yeah, but yeah, they also play great. So it's just like they play different also than Yamira. I don't
Yeah.
think did I play other people that are not European, because I did play Space, but yeah, we play already all the time, so who cares?
Yeah.
And then I play. I don't think I played a lot of Europeans. I play. Did I play any other people?
I think I played. I played you before.
Yeah. But I said I don't even talk about Europeans, since
Yeah, you're just saying if you didn't play many other Europeans, so I'm gonna throw my name.
Yeah.
How can I make this about me?
You on Space. I think that's it. Did I? I did play Fitizen just to prepare for.
Yeah, we played a lot.
Since he was the closest to Percival.
Yeah, Secret is the closest person.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's basically it. I maybe forget people.
I have it written down, so I guess in case anyone watching just wants to know, I just gonna name the scores. So Tora was 3-5. Like I said, I went up 3-0, then lost 5 in a row. Gamera Beatrix, I went up 5-4. I was like always like a little ahead, 5-4, and then he adapted and he pulled away, and we ended on 9-19 for him, for Gamera.
Oh, you did pull on what the fuck?
Yeah, he pulled away a lot. Like I started losing like just game after game after game. Again, they were close games for the most part. Like now and then I would lose one game hard, but they were all like pretty close. But he consistently like got the edge. It was just clock, right? Like I get him to clock and then I die.
Yeah.
It's interaction.
I think I kind of have the same opinion, but like it's funny because I was pulling ahead a lot the first day against Gamera, and the second day they were pulling a lot. But like, it was weird, right? Definitely they adjusted a lot. They have a very good player experience. You can see it.
Yeah, 100%. So Gamera's Versusia Watch Me was probably like don't remember the score, but like 12-3 or something like that. Like I won a game once in a while, but it wasn't. And it felt like I was in the games, but like honestly, I was just kind of. Yeah. I put her in the corner, and then at some point she gets to hit. It's just.
I'm glad I practiced with Usagi before going.
Yeah. Zane watched me. I watched Zippy. It was like very convincing. Zane like 7-1.
Oh yeah, I did play Zippy. Okay.
Zippy was like 7-1 or even 7-0. It was like very convincing, which is why I was so confident going into the the finals. Peepaw was like 15-8 or something. At first I like just 8-1, just completely destroying them, and then at some point it like even up a bit. We were back and forth. So I think Fairy's very good this patch. I don't know how good. I think time will tell. It's very hard. Like you said, I agree. Like I don't really know what I'm doing against a lot of setups. I'm just kind of guessing. Like what can I do here? So I'm not confident to speak on the character strength based on me just like guessing what I'm should be doing. But one thing that's really fucked up is obviously Farlight into 2-1 for you, and the other thing that's really fucked up, I think, is just how easily she side switches. Right? Like she just whips and then suddenly you're in the corner, and that's very strong. Rookies, I beat 5-2. Aaron, I beat like.
I also play Aaron.
Aaron, I beat like 3. Yeah. I remember him just yelling like, "Is this guy ever minus?"
So, yeah.
But yeah, Aaron, I
Good
beat
dearest
like
brother.
39. I guess what I'm realizing now, like it's kind of people really struggle with my playstyle at first because I'm like reacting to stuff they haven't seen people react to yet, and then also like the close heavy like frame trapping. They get like kind of cooked by it at first, and then they adapt and they do okay. Like Aaron, I was up by a lot, and then he won a bunch of games in a row, and we ended on me winning a bit more, like 39 or something like that.
I see.
So, but he like there was definitely like this adaptation period at the start. Monarch was like about even. Same thing. I go up ahead. I was like 6-1 or something. I was cooking him. He adapts, and we end on like. It was like he won like 1 or 2 games more, but we were like played like it was like 11-9 or something like that. You know, for him.
Yeah.
So, but again, like I was completely cooking him, and then he adapts, and now you know, like he catches up, and it's about even. Incendiate beat me in a money match. No, it wasn't a money match. 5-2.
You wanted to money match him
Zenith-
afterwards.
No, he didn't want a money match.
No, but you wanted
It was
to.
like
wanted
when
to.
we were playing. Yeah, I wanted to. No, this was the quote unquote money match. That was not
okay.
the one in
Never
the
mind.
menu.
Yeah, okay.
So 5-2 for Incendiate. I beat Zenith 5-4. I beat Yosemitsu 5-2. Not much to say. Like I think he never played. I didn't get the feeling that he had secret experience on that level. He was like he kept trying to like EX flip, and I just 2H and he dies. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, Yosemitsu 5-2, and the Gamera Sussy money match, I lost 5-2. But what was funny, the one thing I will say about the Gamera match was funny was, you know, this was after I got watched in casuals by him. So I lose 1 or 2 games on Siegfried, and I switch to Lucy, and I win the first game on Lucy against Trissus, yeah. And I will say this, I can show this off when I upload the matches. Gamera does not know the Lucy matchup. He was so bad against Lucilius. He like his reaction to teleport a spot dodge. And his like, and I can just go like run up button into
He's
heavy
just ugly
fireball.
for you.
I went into heavy fireball every time. He just blocked it every single time. So he's not good in the matchup. Well, I guess now he doesn't have to be good anymore. But
Yeah.
I think the thing is, if Lucy was still good, I think that would be a big weakness as a player to not be that good, like not be good at the matchup. But now it doesn't really matter that much, you know. But it was funny. So
But yeah.
yeah, I'm done.
Just adding, so versus ZP,
Yeah,
I
go for
think
quick.
we did, real quick. I think I did like 9-0 against ZP, but I know the
Yo.
characters very well, and I think, Soris beats Sandalphon quite hard, but yeah.
Nice.
Also, he lacked a bit of experience in the matchup, in my opinion. But yeah.
I mean, I think Siegfried beat Sandalphon too, man. Whatever.
But yeah, also the last one was Aaron, and we did a free play, and also he did lag experience against Soris. He was actually kind of shaming the US Soris matchup during our match, and they were like,
That goes all the way.
"Why are you not doing this?"
Love to hear.
I won convincingly. I don't even remember the score exactly, but it was pretty much for me. But yeah, that's it. It was just the last two that I forgot.
The talk of the venue, like during like the Friday, Saturday. Well, the Friday was like how like you were killing everyone in the back rooms, basically. Like you were the big threat suddenly, and then after the group stages where you like perform really well, it's like, oh, this guy's probably going to end up winning it at this rate.
Yeah, I really thought you could go all the way for sure. You were playing so well, especially on Thursday and Friday. You're playing so well.
I was so sad for like playing bad against Tororo. I did play okay after, but like playing firstly, like my first set was pretty bad, and then into I don't have a second chance. It was painful.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's just like not getting a second chance. That's sad because even though I respect Monarch as a player a lot because they play really the best meta I've ever seen, it's just the matchup is so bad. Like it's so
what happened to that on winner's side? At winner's side, but it's in a single elimination bracket.
It felt like this. For me, in my mind, it was like this. It was like a really single elimination if Monarch won versus rookies. But yeah.
To conclude, yeah, there's so much like we talked about, and there's so much we haven't talked about. Like we barely talked about like going out for food or anything like that. Going, the surrounding area, that kind of thing.
Burgers and sandwiches.
Yeah, just all the shitty trash American food that everyone wants to try for some reason. But yeah, and then we also did like a 10v10 versus the SoCal crew. Was it SoCal? Or was it just like NorCal?
Yeah,
but that was fun. It was versus
right?
Yeah, so yeah, I missed a bunch of stuff, but yeah, but gotta conclude now because we've got to finish in like next 15 minutes. So
let's talk about the. Do you want to do it? Do I want to do it?
I can do it. It's fun. So I was gonna like just get some final thoughts from people, like mainly, just like quick conclusions. What they, if they're planning on competing on the next tour, if they would do anything differently for the finals, if they could redo it again or something, and yeah, just final thoughts basically. So
yeah, especially if you have like you want to like go into the season with a different mindset. I know, for example, like Elsa told me, like probably not going to do all the gold events again, just like focus on the platinums, for example, or like if you want to pick a different character or what have you.
So yes, Space, what are your thoughts on that? Are you competing in the next tour? What would you do differently, etc.?
Yeah, I'm planning on competing in the next tour. Like,
let's go.
If you guys saw, but like there was a Nintendo Switch Direct like a few days ago. They did not announce the next Smash game. So I'm definitely planning on competing in the next tour. I think I said it before, but I'm mostly focusing on Beatrix now. Like I'll see when they nerf her after that. I'll have to see which character I go to, but I wanna go like all in on Beatrix at the moment.
Yeah, they make sense with the way you play. Anyway, like it's not like you, even if they nerf her, it's not like you like can't apply that game plan to other characters.
Yeah, or like even with a nerf,
with a nerf Beatrix, I mean, I can like look at all the other top tiers that got nerfed. If she moves from like top 1 to like top 5 or top 7, you're still gonna cook with her.
Yeah, right. If it's like if you don't kill her, then I'll still play her basically, right? So, like you mentioned, how Elsa says he's probably not gonna do all the gold events. I definitely want to do all the gold events because
that's at the end of the day what got you guys in, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you don't win a platinum, it's like you need to basically go to all the gold events if you want to have a good shot.
Yep.
So that's basically how I'm feeling about the game or how I'm feeling about competing for the next year.
That sounds pretty positive.
I mean, as for would I do anything different? Probably not. I think I prepared very well for it. Like the 3 weeks, I played way more than I ever like. I'm pretty vocal about not playing that much, and it's a bit of a cope, but it's true.
I don't even play this game.
I mean, yeah, it's true, but also it's not like that means I should like win more or less or whatever. Like it's just the way it is. But the reason I bring it up a lot is because like there's some frustration, of course, often where I feel like if I played a bit more, I had a bit more time, then I would do better. Or like my especially like the reactive playstyle like kind of relies on you knowing the animation stuff. So anyway, but so I can't say that I didn't prepare well leading up to the finals. I prepared very well, and I think it's the reason why I did so well in casuals and why I felt so comfortable in groups. So I'm happy about that. Only thing I would do different is probably one thing I did take away from the Zippy set is I think I played you too much skill before the match. Yeah. I think I went into game 1 playing Ensaurus. That's what I think.
Oh, okay. I thought my Thunderfun, which is also possible.
No. The Thunderfun, that was fine. No, that was good. No, I think I went because we stopped with Saurus, like a bunch of Saurus games. I think I went into game 1 playing Ensaurus. And so that's my only takeaway. Maybe like think about that more for something like a top 8, But for the season, I'm gonna keep playing the game 100%. I'm not gonna drop it completely.
Let's go.
Because I thought about like playing other games. I think the BC nerf is pretty big for me. Like in terms of fun, I have way more fun since the BC nerf. Like I agree with Miri that it's not changes. It doesn't change everything, but it does change a lot. I think especially consistency for good players went up a lot. Because if you use BC badly, it really hurts now. And so I enjoy that. I also think the power level going down, the patch in itself was very good for the game. Characters getting nerfed, I think was very good for the game. So that's cool. I'm gonna switch characters. I'm not gonna stick to Siegfried's forever. I'm a top tier picker, but even if Siegfried hadn't gotten nerfed, I would have tried switching to Percival this season. Now that I have more time, because I like Percival way more as a character, and so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to make the Percival work for told myself for at least 2 or 3 months, because it can be very hard. I think Percival's hard to play, and it's easy to make mistakes and stuff. You go for a stock, you get 60 cells, you die, stuff like that. And I think it's easy to do badly in the first 1 or 2 or 3 events and be yeah, this isn't working out. Let me go back to Siegfried, Yeah. But I told myself I'm gonna stick to him, and try to make him work for at least 2 or 3 months. And but I'm also gonna play sub, because I do think Percival kind of struggles against zoners, and I think the way Beatrix is right now, there's nothing about her that's particularly hard to play. I don't need to go for optimal combos to make her have a good matchup against zoners.
Yeah, I mean, you literally did that in base game, right? The Percival.
Yeah, I did that in base game where I played Percival and I played Seox for zoners, and I'm gonna do basically the same thing, but with Beatrix for zoners. And so look forward to that if you play zoner.
Yay.
As for how much I'm competing, I'm not sure yet. I really hate that they haven't announced anything yet. I think it's kind of fucked up. With all these events being so close. Yeah. Brussels Challenge is mid-May. Then you have Head Stomper end of May and so on. And I'm already gonna pay more now if I sign up late and shit. But I can't. With my situation right now, my private situation, I can't just sign up to all these events and then not go. And I also can't if they.
Well,
if
you're gonna wait 3 more weeks until they fucking announce it at EVO Japan, which I think that's probably likely.
It's fucked up. I really think again
I'm surprised they didn't announce anything at the finals, honestly, considering that's what they dropped the news.
You could at least announce the first few,
Exactly. EVO Japan, but come on.
There's no way that they don't know already. There's no way that you don't know already, the first 3 or 4 events, because otherwise, preparations have to be made for that shit.
It could be a structure thing they haven't done yet, but they're in events are in the tour, but they don't know how they're gonna
Yeah, but the small indie company can figure it out.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that pisses me off, but it is what it is. And so right now I'm not signed up to any events, and I'm kind of waiting to see. And I haven't decided yet. It will depend on the structure of the tour and how points work and stuff this season. If I'm gonna just go either, at the very least, I'm gonna do the Platinum thing. EVO Nice and
EVO.
UFA. I'm sure UFA is Platinum again. Versus fighting, if that's a Platinum, I'm going. Those kinds of events, I'm definitely going. I'm not sure I'm doing the gold thing again. I will have to see depending on.
Yeah, if you can afford it and stuff, and the way the points work and everything.
Yeah, I mean, both on money and time. It's it's a big investment to travel twice a month, or at least once a month. So we'll see.
Skill.
No, I'm done. That's it.
Alright, cool.
For me, I'll try to compete. Obviously, as many tournaments as I can go to, especially the European ones, being gold or platinum. And I will definitely still play the game. The only thing, obviously, I still wish some stuff would get adjusted. I think even though they nerfed Brave Counter, the situation on block, I think the Brave Counter on hit is too easy to land, a guarantee. I mean, after a lot of moves, and the counter hit version of it, I think is unfair. I think this is the number one thing they should address. But yeah, I was even thinking recently of adding cooldown of it, adding one. Think about it. If you do Brave Counter, let's say you do Brave Counter, you have 1 second of cooldown on every skill of your character. Now, 1, you can't stupid RPS post Brave Counter on block. If they bait it, your DP is on cooldown. 2, if you land your Brave Counter, you don't get free setup. of your characters.
Yeah,
So,
side switch, like
yeah.
Lumi or something.
Yeah, there is no side switch of some characters. There is no also like, oh, my Grimnir just learned my a brave counter.
It's
I'm gonna
PC
get
into-
tornado into setup into
PC into EX Bros into Catbot
Yep.
into
Yep. All these things would be gone with this change. But yeah, like I think like some stuff need to change. But I do think that the game is in a much better spot this patch just because of the brave counter change, and obviously like the nerf of the top tiers, right? Things that I'm gonna change though is like obviously like as I said, I didn't have time to work on a sub for like zoners specifically, and probably also for like a couple of matchups, so like Vas for example, Grimnir, and I will work for one. So also zoners are not gonna have like their way all the time against me in bracket. At some point, I need to do something about it.
Come on, man.
Gil will have his revenge.
Yeah, and I think some people already noticed that like some Beatrix is getting run in rank currently. So
Mid at best.
No.
so yeah, mid at best, by the way.
Well, in 5 months from now, I'll play Beatrix.
But yeah,
Okay, I gotta ask Gil. Sorry, I gotta
Yeah.
put you on the
Yeah.
spot. How much do you think it's like in percent? Like if you can like guess, like estimate, how much of your struggles against zoners is Zorus and how much is you? Like, do you think you as a player are like? Do you think it's a weakness of yours, or do you think
I think it's fair to say that I'm not the best against zoners.
Yeah.
Just because my strongest point, in my opinion, like there are two things that I'm good at, right? Neutral game, like all with neutral game and like with punishment, I'm pretty good at, right? And
Yeah.
also like I can be patient. The problem is that like this doesn't lead to anything against zoners. You have to hard commit, like in these matchups at least that
Yeah.
I see, right? You can't just block. You
It
can't.
changed a lot from base game. Like in base game,
Yeah.
that was actually like the thing. You can just like play the 99 seconds game.
Did you
Yeah.
see? Sorry to interrupt. Did you see how Toro played Siegfried against Monarch? Did you see those games?
Yeah,
He didn't jump a single time.
yeah,
kinda
but
wild.
he
The
also
only
has
thing he did,
options.
and I'm not trying to make like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, Meteora's like not that good actually or something. I just mean I think it's interesting. I can't play that way. I just think it's interesting, like the only thing he does is like micro dash EX Fireball, and then when
Yeah.
he has U Fireball, he uses U Fireball. He
Yeah.
doesn't jump at all. He just block, roll, block, spot dodge, block, roll, Fireball,
Yeah,
and
like,
and
the
then he
main
gets in at
thing-
some point, right?
Yeah, but the main thing is that he has that EX Fireball and the EU Fireball. If you don't have those options, you have to come
Yeah.
back. And,
No,
this
I'm not
is-
talking
this
about.
is the point.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the source matchup. Just like
Yeah.
I just thought it was like kind of mind blowing to see
Yeah,
that.
this
Because-
is like a big, way better, way of playing the matchup, right? You want these kind of matchups. You don't want like the gamble matchup. If you have to gamble, even though the matchup can be good, you'd never want to have a gamble matchup because it's gonna be just random. Like if you fight a character like a zoner, for example, with a character that has to play a gamble matchup, then you are already in a losing spot. Because why? Because it's just like in tournament, it's gonna be a random.
Well, you want consistency. I get that.
Yeah, you
like,
want
it does even if you win more in casuals, like there's a difference between winning like 7-3 steady and 7-3 random, right? So
Yeah,
I get
yeah.
that.
It can be like the next day you can hard lose and like it doesn't make sense. So for me, like I'm looking for a character that not like just like barely wins. I want a character that wins against zoners just because I don't want to main that character. I want to sub it to play it specifically against zoners.
I mean, I think right now that's optimal. Just like playing a character that like can't count that sun because
Yeah.
He is right there, man. Gotta
Yeah.
use her while she's there.
Mm.
I mean, he is playing Beatrix a bit.
Yeah. But yeah, like Sig,
Beatrix was
like
all
the
about?
way.
Come on.
Also, I think like the Metera main scope about like bad matchups.
Honestly, I'm getting more and more like 5-5 pilled
You know,
every day.
funny that you mention it because, maybe a little heads up. But on next episode, next time, I don't know when it's gonna be yet. If it's gonna be in a month or like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how I feel, honestly. But the next episode is actually gonna be about Metera and little spoilers, but we will have a special guest on The one and only Metera that qualified through for
Mr.
our
Powell!
group.
Oh, it's not me.
No. It's not gonna be Dudeakoff either. I mean, Dudeakoff is gonna be there, but
He's not
Monarch is
special.
gonna be here with us, talking with us about Metera. So if you have trouble with the character, maybe tune in for that. But
Yeah, it's a bit more of a focused discussion as well, so probably won't be our third 4-hour podcast in a row. So
it's not gonna be 4 hours. It's gonna be 10 hours.
that's how
10
much you need.
hours.
That's how much you need for Metera. It's so complicated, you know. Big brain character.
10 hours of downplay.
Come on.
I agree.
I mean, that's why Dudeakoff is here.
Since I won't be there
I'm up
for the
playing.
Metera, since I won't be there for the Metera podcast, of course, I have to say, I agree with Monarch's tier list, and that's not matchup chart. Sorry, and that's not the matchup chart of a top 5 character. That's my opinion. You know, like that's not a top tier character that you're looking at. I agree with that list. Not every single character on that list, but I agree with that list. So.
Yeah.
Anything else to add?
Yeah. Skill. Is there anything else you'd wanted to add there? Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Cool.
So you're definitely competing, and like you're gonna pick up.
Yeah, it's basically I was basically done with.
So you're essentially saying we're all gonna see it. We all gonna see each other.
Zoners and Overwatch.
Yeah, it's just like I'm not getting freed up infinitely by zoners. At some point, I need to do something, and yeah. So yeah, we'll probably do the Beatrix stuff, or like if I'm Wilnas will happen also, and Wilnas will have 8-2 matchups against all zoners, obviously.
Obviously.
Right? We all know that, but yeah. Apart from that, I think
Yeah.
kind of done.
I'll do my conclusion really quickly. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Not too sure what I'm doing. I might do the platinum event thing like Faye was doing. I might get caught up in it. Like I do good on like one event and suddenly it's like, oh shit, I'm doing it. But you know, we'll see what happens. I'm just messing around with other characters. That's fine. I thought I'd be a lot more despondent coming out with the finals, given I performed worse than I thought would be the minimum requirements for me going to that place.
All weekend.
I mean, I was doing the down thing, but like it could have been worse. Like I was a lot worse after Kayane, and like, but you know, playing a bunch of people I haven't played before and being around like the game like the entire time with people like completely passionate about the game, you get caught up in it. And by the time I was like back home, I was like, oh, I'm like happy to continue playing and that kind of thing. So that's what's going to happen. I'm pretty positive on it, even though I might not appear it sometimes. But you know, it's going well. So Socky, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, I guess, is all of us are going to be in LA in a year from now. Is that what we're saying?
It's hard, man. I feel like it's very unlikely that all of us are going to be there, but I'm going to try to be there.
Let me have.
I'm not paying my way there.
I mean, we're eating into each other. That's the issue. I think depending on how the tour is next year, not all of us can make it.
We're gonna send one of us to Brazil again
because we eat into each other's points all the time. I mean, we almost got to a point. No, I know, but like it's funny because we almost got to a point. The way the points distribution worked, we almost got to a point where Space, Skill, and me all didn't qualify because we all did a little bit too well. You know, like if one of us does worse, then the other two get more points, and then you know those two are in. But we took enough points from each other that it almost fucked us, and I think that's a bit frustrating because the way the NA points distribution worked, you didn't have that at all. You look at them, everyone in NA that went to all these events, and like all of them got in, and it wasn't that close. You know, if you go to all of these events and you place well, Zerum was the only one that was close, and I think that was a bit frustrating for me to watch, like especially for me who was like.
All season that concluded a lot earlier, right?
Yeah, so it's like if you're one of the players in NA traveling like last season, this season, whatever, the one that just happened. If you're an NA player and you travel a lot and you place well, you were in, basically, right? And
on
the drop off was insane. Like either you had like 300 points or like 250 or whatever, or you had like 70. And at that point, you can't complain, right?
You get to decide after the fact, and that was like the big thing here, right? Because I remember like you were like really annoyed throughout like half the year that you didn't go to Greece for the one event.
Yeah,
like, you
not going to Greece almost fucked me. Yeah,
you couldn't have known that beforehand, right? So that's like the unfortunate thing.
And I guess what I'm worried about with the points distribution is that it's going to be similar again, where like Europe, like to qualify in Europe, you need to dominate the region. and in NA, it's enough to just like consistently place top 5. You know?
I think isn't this just because like the platinum event were like too late for Europe? So basically, the people that got a lot of points with gold event, they qualified after getting those points.
I think
that's
every
a big point.
region,
Yes.
What they did last time was like Evo
Socky
Japan.
took 300 points from everyone. Yeah.
Yep,
Japan,
exactly.
Evo Japan was right at the beginning, and even Evo was like relatively early. I think like you suffered a lot from not having a platinum event early in the season, right?
Yeah.
Like if you just had like one like very early and then one very late, or like
Yeah, if you're qualified, you don't go to every gold event.
yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
also they announced a
Unless
bunch of
you're
events like in the middle of the season, which changed the math in a bunch.
I mean, at the end of the NA, also like just America in general had like a lot more gold events, so there were like more points to go around.
Yeah, put more events in South America. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, everything went super well for Europe, but you know, there's a version of this where the only one who's in from Europe is Socky, and like Space, me, and Skill are all like barely not in. You know?
Absolutely could have happened.
Already qualified.
Yeah. And I think that's like
scary.
Well, looking at the way, like, you know, it's not that our average placements were worse than the ones in NA. It's just NA had more points to go around. So
I would also say, to be honest, that we did not too great in our own event when like there were an NA player in them. To be honest.
The UFA one, yes, I agree.
Yeah,
the UFA one, but
I
also
think
Koji getting second at the SF was a lot of points lost because it was a platinum event, which means that it was 100 points.
Yeah,
that was like for
no. I mean, I get that, but then also, you know, as someone who's unsponsored, I can't go to Faustings and like steal points. You know, it's I think that's an aspect too, where like. How many you can look at UFA and say that like Europe didn't defend their turf, and it's fair. It was grand finals were NA, but Zippy and Zerom and who else was there? Was it just Zippy and Zerom? But Zippy and Zerom, like, you know, didn't make top 8. It's not like we didn't beat any good players or anything from NA. So
I think the biggest thing was people were not ready. Like people should have done more homework on Grimnir, but you know,
I don't think the homework would have helped too much. Yeah,
I do think it would have.
I did my homework, but I never ran into him because I died early. But never mind.
So true.
I would have stopped him. That's the conclusion. But yeah, I mean, there was 8 people last year, 16 people this year, so next year it's probably like 32 people, and everyone's fine. So I don't really worry.
But yeah, regards to, you know, before I made my joke, I'll definitely be competing this year as well. I think for now, I was like thinking about it a lot with characters and stuff, but I think I'll probably stay on the cat. I feel like I can, like, you know, again, it's like with the casual sets, the thing we mentioned, right? But it's like, oh, I'm losing more, but it's like the vision is there, right? The gameplay works, and if I'm just better at this, I can like long term like see myself winning. And I think that definitely has still the best shot. I was thinking about like maybe Keg, but I don't know. I'll be honest, I just can't see it at the moment. And I get that it's like it takes time, but I'm believing in my Kevin.
He's waiting for the near buffs basically.
No, that's not happening.
Absolutely, 100%.
That being said, considering what events I want to go to, I'm not 100% sure yet. I know, obviously, I've already signed up to Headstone because, you know, like I want to go to.
Basically, a community event.
Yeah, like a lot of friends are going, so I've set that up already, and then everything in Germany I'll probably go to anyway because, you know, it's like easy to get to, and I've kind of been lacking. Like I've never been to a Hessen Crash, even though that's like relatively close, and then crossover obviously. I went to like the last 2 years. So that's only like 90 minutes away. So I'll be pulling up regardless of what. Even if like no Gramblue is there. Like 2 years ago, no Gramblue was there. I went there anyway. It's like the home region. We gotta show up. So, but I would definitely love to make it to all the events. To all the events, especially like Evo. I think Evo Nice is 100%. I'll try to make that 100%.
Yeah, Evo Nice is
Platinum events.
big.
I would also probably go. Gold events again. Has to see how that goes. There's so many events at the same time, so yeah, we're gonna go to the beach at Evo Nice. Everybody bring their swimsuit.
November or whenever it is. Yeah, totally.
It's gonna be warm, bro. 20 degrees.
Sure.
But yeah, let's wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So basically, we'll wait and see on a bunch of things. The actor announcement's not coming through is one of the biggest things. Fitizen's got to head out, so if he wants to say his goodbyes quickly before I do the rest of the conclusion, go for it.
Yeah. Bye-bye. See you around. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate it. But yeah. Yeah.
I will also go.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah. Thank you again for inviting me too.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, staying for the time. Appreciate your perspective. It was really nice.
Yeah, thank you again. And yeah, goodbye everyone.
Bye. But so yeah, I'm not going to put X's on everyone at this point. I'm too lazy. And I'm going to raid them anyway.
Oh my god. Kill them all. Put X on them all.
I have to copy the source and shit. I can't be asked. But yeah, anyway.
I'm sorry. It's funnier that way.
Man. Anyway, you say some stuff while I'm doing this, and then I'll do my thing.
As expected, a 4-hour podcast. Again, it's so funny. Like I listen to other podcasts every now and then, and people like there's always very obviously like 1 hour, 2 hour like cap. They make it very clear they don't want to do it.
Yeah, because they have structure and shit.
And we will. Oh, eventually we might get there, but I'll be honest, I like yapping too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Matera one, because it's more focused, will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just 3 people and it's like very more focused, it's just one small topic, it's a different thing.
There's so much to talk about with the LA stuff. We missed so much as well, even though that.
Yeah, we didn't talk about food.
I mean, given the people we had on, because they're all like high-level players, they're going to talk about like gameplay minutiae and like how individual sets go and they break them down to like the nth degree and that kind of thing. That's just the nature of it.
Ironically, that's what I wanted. So
yeah, because you're another high-level player.
No,
you know, some people might want to hear about Burger. You know, who knows?
Burger. So here's my hot take.
Don't tell me about that. Fine, go for it.
This is not a hot take, but like the take. I didn't have very good food in LA, but
yeah, you went to a fast food place.
That's the thing. The reason for that is because the way the fucking land is, like the way their cities are built, is like you're not just like walking through the city past a restaurant that looks nice and then get some food. You walk past the fucking highway everywhere, and obviously all the shit that's lined up next to the highways is just fast food places where people can like go in and out, pick shit up, right? So you're not gonna find like as much like really nice, cozy restaurant shit.
Like the place we were in France.
Yeah. So it's understandable that like most of the shit I had was like fast food, but also, you're there for like a very big event, so I did not want to spend like so much time like
everyone's like hyper focused on the event itself.
You gotta. So
yeah, I was drifting over because I was finished a bit quicker, but yeah.
Half of the food I ate was essentially like the catering that was provided to us. So good stuff to the team. So I do have to say, I kind of wish they would have had more veggie options, bro.
Yeah, said before.
Kind of like Leicester. I'm sad that I didn't like for more feedback, but
yeah,
maybe I will.
Well, yeah, free guests, got to get perspectives on all of them, and all of them have like pretty in-depth stuff to say, which is good, which is what you want to hear and that kind of thing. So I'm not too mad about like the 4 hours or anything. It was completely expected going into it, so that's fine. We even planned it for like conclude as the Belgian tournament started, which I believe is starting soon. So I will raid that when we eventually conclude.
I mean, even the tier list one last time, it was like, remember the fucking like the Shio stream that was like 9 hours long. That stuff takes time if you want to like be in depth, and I think there's no point to this if you're not in depth.
I think you can strike a middle ground on this type of thing. You can split into parts or something like so you just don't have the hardcore of hardcores, and everyone else just goes like, oh, let's look at the tier list at the end of it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a fun time.
That being said,
it's good reminiscing.
The Belgium event is going to start soon.
It's going to. They're already pulling people in. So I will be raiding that. Like we were saying, next Sockycast will be on Matera. For some reason, Socky's convinced me to tell you all how to beat this character. I will open the base game secrets. All will be revealed. We will
share all the secrets. We will share Monarch's deepest notebook. Like, we will tell you everything.
I'll argue with Monarch about Matera being top 5 or whatever. It'll be a great time.
It will be a great time.
Yeah, I'm gonna start the raid
I think
now.
it would be funnier to have like somebody on who's like hates Metera a lot, but at the same time, I don't want to have it too big.
Dude, people get enough of that on Twitter, it's fine. But yeah, thanks for joining us. The raid's pretty quick, so... Oh no, it usually gives you 60 seconds after the time goes down, so... yeah. Me, Dudeakoff, the titular Socky here as well. You got anything else to say to conclude?
Thanks for coming. It was fun.
We killed them all. Fitty, Skill, Space, all dead.
Danganronpa or something, I don't know. I've never
Danganronpa. I'm basically not cool.
Obviously, thanks to Space Skill and Fitty for pulling up.
Yeah, it's a big investment, the amount of time they did, but they're all for it.
All for you. And also the bot will be live on the Promenade channel at some point. Dudeakoff will send it to me and I will upload
I can't wait to download it again. Let's go. But yeah. I will send you to the Belgian tournament now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.